and invite you to join the team. Please sit in the middle with all of us together. Come. Okay, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Faculty in Service 2023. We had devised a Plan B to execute because Dr. Granados was invited by Jackson County to come talk about his tax bill this morning. And when the county calls, there's not much alternative to that. So I get to open and welcome him in prayer. I just got off the phone with Dr. Granados, and in less than 5 minutes, he should walk through that door. And so he's almost here, but he said go ahead and go with our plan for the morning. So I'm going to start with prayer, and then I have a few comments I want to make to set the stage for the day, and we'll kick this off. Would you join me, please? Lord, we thank you for the day. We thank you for the opportunity to gather. We thank you for the opportunity to consider you and what you've done and what you're doing in our midst. We thank you for the opportunity that is before us to train young men and women to serve in the church and the world. Help us to be faithful to the mandate. Help us to be grace-filled in the midst of the conversations that we have and the plans that we make. Help us to honor you in all that we do and all that we say. In Jesus Christ's name, amen. Late yesterday afternoon, this should work, right? Okay. Late yesterday afternoon, an agenda was sent out, and so if you had a chance to see that, you've got an idea of where the day is going to go. We'll walk through the agenda as it's posted. We will not get up and do reintroductions throughout the day. I have this time, and then I'll finish, and Teddy will take over, and then we'll have a break. During this welcome and prayer, I wanted to take a few moments and think about what has happened. What has brought us to this day, August 10th, 2023, the preparation for the next fiscal year or the next school year, which is upon us as the athletic teams have already arrived and are training. The young men are learning about running, I hear. April was a difficult month, and most of us were together for that and can attest to emotions and difficulty and thoughts and wondering, Lord, just what are you doing and where are you taking us? In the midst of that, I had a chance to address this group and share with you a significant prayer request. And it was surrounded around the campaign that was meant to take us financially through the end of the fiscal year. When I stood before you at that point, the best Dr. Granados and I could come up with is that we were looking at a shortfall of about $750,000. And we didn't know where that was going to come from. We had accounted for the golf tournament. We had accounted for every dollar we could figure out in tuition and room and board that needed to be paid, past due balances, lots of conversations and lots of details. And we were still $750 short in the accounting of what we needed to pay for, which included payroll and a number of fiscal expenses that we needed to be mindful of. At that same time, we also announced that a steward that we had been talking with for some time had said, I believe in you, I believe in what Calvary's doing, I trust in what God is doing here, and I believe he wants this to continue. Here is $230,000, use it as a challenge match to encourage the saints, to encourage the stewards to invest in the work here at Calvary. And so we shared that news with you, that we had basically 75 days at that point to raise $230,000 to meet that match. And that seemed like a daunting task. It felt like a mountain. Here I am, there we go. We went to work mindful of this verse. And this verse comes from, my notes are up in the office, so pardon me if I get off just a little bit here. Christ is on the back end of a miracle, and he's talking to his disciples. And he's commenting, he's saying, because of your littleness of faith, the demon had, the father of the son with a demon had come and was looking for answers. And Christ, in the midst of that, says, if only. And with a matter of a few words, he dismisses the demon from the son and is healed. And the disciples turn to him and they say, but why? Why? He came to us. We were supposed to do that. Why couldn't we get that done? And Christ says, because of the littleness of your faith. For truly I say to you, if you have faith the size of a mustard seed, and there's sermons on this text, and we're not going to do the whole sermon, you'll say to this mountain, from here to there, and it will move. And nothing will be impossible for you. And on April 15th, we felt like we were facing a mountain, and I felt like I was trying to exercise the faith of a mustard seed and say to this mountain, move. For some reason, God gave me complete peace in the midst of saying that. I know there were some who wondered at how I was approaching it, but there was just this sense of God was going to move. I could say this, and God was going to take care of it. We went through the end of May and had the board meeting the beginning of May, and the board approved the budget for this next year. Dr. Ganados will talk about that a little bit later. We approached the middle of May, and when we told you about the shortfall, we mentioned there was a couple of things that were in the works, but they were not commitments, and we could not count on them. But if they came to be, there was a sense of they would be a significant answer to our cash crunch. In the middle of May, we received news on one of those. It was the employee retention credit. Some of you had known we were working on that as a cabinet. This is a final COVID payout from the government to cover the actual costs of payroll during the height of the COVID months. If approved, we were facing a $1.2 million payout. Significant amount of money. But as we hit the middle of May, rumors were swirling in the circles that we talk with at the executive level that denials were happening, particularly amongst faith-based higher educational institutions. And so we couldn't count on it. We heard from the IRS that they had our application, they were going to consider it, and they gave us 30 days to wait for them to figure out what's going on. Golf tournament happened. Each week we met, we prayed over the finances, and we watched as God provided for payroll after payroll after payroll. We got to June 12th. Payroll was due to be in the bank on the 14th. And that's a $100,000 bill. We had $20,000 in the bank. We had exhausted what seemed like every last option to bring that $750,000 down so that we could make it through the end of June. As we met as a cabinet, we were praying through that day, and we left wondering, What's going to happen next? And as I went back to my office, the IRS had called. Your application's approved. And the first check was cut on Monday. Plus or minus $5,000, payroll was met. God was moving that mountain in his time, not my time. Because our time was to have had that done back in January. And so the commitment from the ERC came through, and so now we're sitting in a situation where we're told all of these funds are going to flow before the end of the fiscal year, so that the whole stress over the 750, that relieved, and that was a tremendous burden off our shoulders. So Dr. Granados and I could leave and head to the IFCA conventions in West Virginia and Kentucky and be with the leaders and the potential students that we were going to see. But the match was still out there, $230,000. And June 12th, about that same time, we sat at about $130,000 against that 230. And as Dr. Granados and I left, we chatted briefly, and we had this sense of something, somewhere, a shoe was going to drop and this match was going to be met. The problem was we didn't know who and we didn't know where to call them and give them just a little bit of encouragement of this is what God's doing. Wouldn't you like to participate? Can I invite you to help finish the course? And so we went. Now, I want to just take a parenthetical thought here and travel with me for a moment. A year ago, June, we had a fiscal year-end campaign. In the whole month of June, there were 10 gifts that were given online. The entire campaign generated 48 gifts. I'm serving from memory, so correct me if I'm wrong. 48 gifts. And there was $6,000 in income from that campaign a year ago. I wasn't pleased. I was looking for answers. That is not a good campaign. And so as we came into this year, we were looking for dynamics to change that. A match will change that. In June this year, actually, let me back up. On June 30th, as we're watching and we're waiting, there were 13 gifts in that one day, online alone. On June 28 and 29, there was another 12 gifts online alone. There were 25 gifts in the last 3 days of the fiscal year, which almost equaled the entire campaign from the year previous. All told, there were 128 gifts to the fiscal year-end campaign at about $22,000. Now, that's money that's dedicated specifically to responding to the fiscal year-end campaign. We can track that people were actually giving because they used that mechanism. But by the end of June 30th, I knew we were sitting somewhere around $150,000 in response to the fiscal year-end campaign. Of course, the next week's vacation, that Monday I come in, Dr. Granados is in California, and Sarah and I look at each other and she goes, let me go to work. And so she did. Another $10,000 was in the mail. And so we documented that, and Dr. Granados and I talked late in the day and pondering, do we call and let the board know that this is the number, it's done? And we commented to each other, said, we're missing something. There's a check that's missing, or two or three. And we weren't sure where to look because it seemed like we'd covered all the bases. Tuesday came, and we didn't call each other. I didn't want to talk to him because if I did, I was going to have to say it's done. Wednesday morning, I got up, and it was early, and my phone started buzzing, and it's Dr. Granados, and he says, did you check my mailbox? The president's mailbox? Are you serious? He goes, no, really, have you checked my mailbox? I was like, no. He says, check it. I come in that morning and check it, and I'm flipping through the mail, and there's an envelope that catches my eye as I'm flipping through it fairly quickly. Now, I mentioned that in April there were two sources that we knew were in the works. This particular envelope was from a church that had called 2 years previously. It was one of my very early conversations in the office just after I started 2 years ago. This church was a church that it was closing, and it had assets, and named in the bylaws is that those assets, a portion of them will be directed to Calvary. And so they called, and they were very, it's hard going through a church closure. And that the question was, if we were to send some funds your way, would you be able to use them, and how would you use them? Sure, we would be able to use them. How? Well, are we talking about 1,000? What are we talking about? Because the size there's a lot of things that can be done. They had called periodically, and in that same 3-day period when I first heard from the ERC about the ERC, they had found it, they were processing it, they would let us know. In the middle of May, they called and they said, hey, the building's sold, it's closed. We have the money. Okay, can you use it? Yes. Has anything changed? No. Well, yes, no. He's like, what do you mean? I go, what I sent you 2 years ago, that document, those projects, all of those projects are still valid projects that are viable to invest in. He said, okay. I says, here's what's changed. Less than 30 days ago, we had a steward offer a $230,000 challenge match through the end of June. And he's like, okay, so what exactly does that mean? And he says, I don't know what your timeline is, but any gift that you would contribute before the end of June would count towards that match. It's like, oh, good, click. It's that church. It's that envelope. I went up to my office and I opened the envelope, and not realizing what I was pulling out, it's this check. And I started yelling and screaming, and Ashley and Tasha come running. What's wrong? $150,000. And Jesus answered and said to them, truly I say to you, if you have faith and do not doubt, you will not only do what was done to the fig tree. He uses this imagery multiple times, is the point. But even if you say to this mountain, be taken up and thrown into the sea, it will happen. I could not get these verses out of my head through the month of July and even up till now. Because in the end, when he does do these things, it takes me to Ephesians 3. Now to him who is able to do far more abundantly than all that we ask or think, $310,000 in response to a $230,000 match, a $750,000 shortfall turned into a more than $1 million cash reserve. Dr. Gadatis will talk more about that later on today. We went from 750 in the red to more than $1 million in the black in that time frame. Who is able to do far more abundantly than all that we ask or think, according to the power at work within us. To him be the glory in the church and in Christ Jesus throughout all generations, forever and ever. It's my job to welcome you and to open in prayer. But as I think about the prayer that should be offered this morning, to do so by myself seems inappropriate. Because what God did, what God has done, He's done for all of us. It impacts each and every one of us and the ability to do that which we are called together to do as a team. And that's why I've called you closer. We are a team, and God has provided for us the team that makes up Calvary University. And so rather than pray in isolation, what I want to do is I want to open it up for what's commonly called popcorn prayer. And the idea is not that one person does all the praying. The idea is that as many of us as possible is able to pray. A sentence, a thought. God moved a mountain. God deserves the glory. And so this time of prayer should be focused on thankfulness. It should be focused on Him. It should focus on who He is and what He's done. And so I'm going to back away from the microphone. And I'm going to call us to a season of prayer and ask that you all would join in, stand, and offer a moment of praise, thanking Him for something specific that you are seeing Him do, either in and through the university or in your own life. Lord, I thank you that you are a God who deserves our praise. Praise God from whom all blessings flow. Praise him, all creatures here below. Praise him above, ye heavenly host. Praise Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Amen. Dr. G, do you want to say anything before Dr. Bittner starts?
Congratulations. We weren't sure if we'd have to send a team after you or not. I know people that used to do those things. Dr. Granados, are we going to introduce everyone a little bit later, or? What I would like to do then is the summer camp thing. I am going to introduce new faculty a little bit later on, but the new faculty wouldn't know who everyone is unless we go around and introduce ourselves. So let's do that, really just what your name is and where you work in the institution. And we'll start with Coach. No, just stand there, just so everyone can hear you. Go over to Heather.
I'm Heather Shoughton. I'm sorry, Heather Wilson. All morning and I still did it wrong. Okay, Heather Wilson.
Go back to Jerry. Doing. Go back to Tiffany. Over to Tim. Joe. And we'll go over here to Josh. Okay. Luther? I thought you resolved those things through conflict resolution. Okay. Okay, Kathy? Over to Ian. I'm not going to say your name. Go ahead. Okay, I'm going to jump to the back. And then over here. And the person on the end who I'm not going to, yeah. Yes. What you do is pay taxes. Yeah. Great. Okay, I'm covering two areas, basically institutional effectiveness and also academics. And these are broken out based on the strategic plan areas that I'm responsible for in my current arrangement. We're going to start with the institutional effectiveness. This came up, a question came up in the faculty in-service on Tuesday regarding where you would go to find information about institutional effectiveness in the institution. Where you would go is to the web page, that's the home page, and there's a circle around something called student outcomes. If you click on that part of the web page where it says student outcomes, the institutional effectiveness page will come up. This is the top of that. On the right side of that is institutional resources for assessment. And there's a whole column of reports on that side, starting with what we have here is a student satisfaction inventory. You have access, everyone in the world have access to our reports. We're the most transparent institution I've seen in all my evaluative days with respect to what we put up. This information is available to you to do your assessments with as well, because there's a lot of data in each of these reports. I'm going to cover some of those in just a second. That's valuable to us, to you and your departments, and to us as an institution to make improvements, which is the whole point of these. Some items there, student satisfaction inventory, it's a Noel Levitz product that we use every other year. Also graduating senior surveys, student licensure exam results for teacher education. Eventually we'll have the MA and counseling results in there. We don't have those now because we haven't got anyone through that process yet. Graduate employment data, retention rates, completion rates. There's all kinds of information available there for you. Okay, so a little bit of information that came from last year's survey process includes the student satisfaction inventory. We conducted the SSI in the spring of '23. The SSI is a survey whereby students identify what's important to them and then how well we did in meeting their expectations and the differences between those. And those are statistical differences that are then compared nationally with both national institutions and ABH institutions to see how we do compared to our peers. And where we are doing very well, we need to reinforce, and where we're not doing so well that we need to improve upon. Within the survey results this year, the top 5 strengths identified included and these are in order. Content of courses within my major is valuable. This is a top 5 item, and obviously that's really kind of important for us to have valuable information for our graduates, our students to acquire. The quality of instruction I receive in most of my classes is excellent. And these are all very well above the national average, as well as being strengths for ours. My academic advisor is knowledgeable about the requirements in my major. So those of you who were academic advisors last year, kudos. I am able to register for classes I need with few conflicts, and students are made to feel welcome here. So those are positive aspects. Some of the areas that we need to address. I understand how, and the first 2 items on this list were things that we placed on the survey ourselves because there were areas that we wanted information about. The first one, I understand how to read my bill and where to find answers to my billing questions. This is an area that we're addressing, and we have been addressing, and hopefully Populi is going to help with that in order to make this more available to students. And the second was related. I receive a clear and timely communications on registration, dorm life billing, and billing from acceptance to start of classes. Okay, so this is an area that we need to work on as well, and I think that relates to the billing issue. Third, faculty provide timely feedback about my academic progress. We have 8-week cycles. Those cycles pass very quickly, and I know it's easy to get a bit behind in grading and providing feedback to students, especially in intensive classes like writing. But this is an area that they do need feedback on. And students are free to express their ideas on campus, and the student values student opinion. Those two kind of go together. So this is an area that we need to consider and think about. A second report was a graduation survey. Every year the students who graduate take a survey. It's administered by the registrar. And these survey results are graded A, B, C, D, E, and F. So it makes it easy to kind of see how students are grading us as well as us grading them. So the graduation survey, I went through the results and identified the top ones and the bottom ones. The top ones being A and A- grades, the bottom ones being below C. Okay, the A and A- grades, Accommodation Support Office, A-. Warrior Cafe, A-. Experience at Calvary, if I could start a college or grad school over, I would select the same major area of study, A-. And this correlates with what we saw in the SSI results with respect to what students are learning in class. Areas of personal growth, working independently. Areas of personal growth, caring for my own spiritual health. Those received very high grades. There was one A on the entire survey, and that was living according to a biblical worldview. So that, of course, is embedded in our mission statement, and clearly that is something that's come across to the graduates as well. On the other side, we only had 2 below C's, which is a departure from the past few years, actually, when we were doing comparison, linear comparison, longitudinal comparison with previous surveys. And those are managing personal and family finances and handling stress in my life. 2 C-, those were the 2 that students rated as areas where we need to work on. Okay? So these are some examples of information available to you as you do your assessments this coming year. Any questions on any of those so far? Another report in there is retention and completion rates. You can look at those as well. We do a comparison with us and our peers within IPEDS in terms of how we stand when we compare it to them. Okay, accreditation status and reports. So as John indicated, we have gone through some financial challenges. There's been some cash flow issues. We also had, back in 2021, we had a significant loss shown on our balance sheet, our financial reports, and that was related to the closing of and selling of the Colorado campus. As a result of that, we received a financial composite score below 1.5. It was 1.4, which is just barely below, but it's still below, which then triggered some things that we had to do in various areas that we deal with regard to compliance. For NC SARA, which allows us to do online courses in states around the country, as well as the Higher Learning Commission, the U.S. Department of Education, and ABHE. A trigger with that was HLC, Higher Learning Commission, which is our former regional accreditor, because there's no longer regions, designated us as an institution in financial distress. And that occurred over the course of the summer in correlation at the same time that we're having the other issues that John had mentioned. As a result of that, we had to do 2 things. We had to provide, I'm going to skip down one, to the provisional plan to Higher Learning Commission was submitted the 9th, actually it was submitted the 8th of August, it was due the 9th. The provisional plan is a teach-out plan. We had to provide a teach-out plan to Higher Learning Commission in the event the school closed. We're not closing, but we still have to do it anyway. So that's been done and submitted. Then the next one is a report due to HLC for a focused visit that's going to come up in October. That's due the 28th of August, and that's in the area of finances and enrollment. And then there's a focus visit, as you can see there, on the October 23rd and 24th. Back up, State Approving Agency and the VA. So we also had an audit from the VA that was also triggered by these items where they came and visited us, was it last week? The week before last now. What, last week, okay. It's just the time is all jumbled. And they had a series of questions they needed to ask us as well. So all of these things are generated as a result of the financial situation we were in, which is normal. In our discussions with our liaison at the Higher Learning Commission, Dr. Granados and I met with her via Zoom or Teams, I forget which, a few weeks ago to get some more information about various things coming up, including the focus visit. She kind of indicated that what we're going through is not necessarily very unusual right now. There's other schools who are facing similar situations. And in the preparation of the provisional plan, for example, when I was looking for other schools that would be teach-out institutions for us, I thought, well, there's one school in particular that had their education programs were perfect as teach-out. I mean, they lined up, they were awesome. It was going to be like one for one across the board. It's in the state of Missouri, so it makes that easy. And then I discovered when I was doing the double checking on them that they were on probation. So that was out the window. I had to start over on all of those because I'd already done all the comparisons and written everything up, and then I had to start over. So again, this is a very well-known institution in the state of Missouri, which I discovered was on probation. So again, as she said, this is not unusual right now for schools to have some challenges financially. So what we're going through is not abnormal. It's a season we'll get through, and that's just the way it is. So most of you don't have to worry about it that much. Some of us have to worry about it a lot. And that's why we get paid the big bucks, right? Okay, any questions on any of those items? The HLC focus visit will occur. You won't even know it's happening because most of you will have no interaction with them this time because they're focusing on a very narrow area, unlike when they do the comprehensive visits. Yes? Yes. Yeah, when we were talking with our liaison, she had access to the 2022 scores, 2022 scores, which we haven't still seen yet, and she said it was a 2.2. So why they haven't published those yet, I don't know. Well, I do know because they're struggling with a number of things. This is the U.S. Department of Education. But yes, our score has gone up the following year, and then it will be higher this year as well. So we'll be on that point. Great. Okay, so we have accreditation stuff. We have a Higher Learning Commission comprehensive visit beyond all of that coming up in 2 years, the 25 to 26 academic year. The last time they visited was in 2019. It was for the 4-year review. They had shifted from the spring to the fall, so I would expect they're going to be here in the fall of 25, just based on that pattern. The steering committee that produces the assurance argument, which we provide to the Higher Learning Commission, includes the following individuals. I am the chair. I have not been able to move that to anyone else yet. Dr. Smith is the co-coordinator with me as the dean of the college. The federal compliance officer currently is Samuel Cheddar. The federal compliance officer has to write the federal compliance report, which is a significant, it's like a thesis, a significant piece of work that we have to submit separately from the assurance argument and is evaluated prior to the team coming to campus by a separate committee. Then the actual assurance argument itself, there's 5 criterion. Mission is Josh Johnson. These are the lead writers. There'll be more individuals involved in the writing process. Criterion 2, integrity, ethics, and behavior is Aaron Heath. Criterion 3, teaching and learning, Dr. Smith. Criterion 4, teaching, learning, and evaluation and improvement is Tiffany. And Criterion 5, resources and planning is Tasha. Okay, so these are the people we'll be engaging this year in the preparation of the assurance argument. Any questions about those areas right now? Okay. Okay. So about 3 or 4 years ago, Dr. Henderson, when he was the institutional effectiveness director, came up with a matrix for the academic departments to use in preparation of your assessment reports, assessment plans, and assessment reports. The administrative departments, however, were left with a Byzantine type operation, which was very confusing about how to write their reports that was left over from previous institutional effectiveness administrations. This year, we're going to mirror administratively what the academic departments are doing, which should make your job much easier if you're in charge of an administrative department or involved in an administrative department. Okay? So instead of filling out this pre-formatted strange Word document, which is hard to do because it does weird things to you when you're trying to write things, you will have a chart that you will merely fill in. So on the chart, and since I don't have a pointer, on the left side will be the goals. For your department, you have goals. So you've had those for a while, and then you have objectives to meet those goals. You put it in the goals. You select 1 or 2 of them, not all of them, because these are rotational. 1 or 2 goals, and the objectives associated with those goals, and then how you measure them. What metric do you use? Well, typically in the administrative area, we have metrics we use. For example, 80% of the students in this program will achieve 80% of whatever whenever they're tested. For example, 80% of education students will pass the Missouri licensure test the first time. That would be a metric. And we would measure ourselves based on that metric. So you would choose, and you've done this already, but you would choose a metric and a standard to use in order to be able to measure how well you're doing in your department. All you do is fill in the chart. So when you do your assessment plan, which is going to be due in September, you will fill out the elements of the assessment plan, the intended outcome, the means of assessment, and the metric. Then later in the spring, you will fill out the rest of the chart. Summary of the data, the results, and then any changes you're going to make as a result of the assessment process. Okay, as opposed to the long-winded form from earlier. Any questions about how the process is going to work? Okay, it's my intention to have blank copies of these emailed to department chairs and department directors by the end of day today, that you can then use to do your plans with for the fall, and then the report with in the spring. Just merely completing it in the springtime. Any questions about that at all? If you do, let me know. When you get them, we can sit down and go over it. It's pretty straightforward. And just a reminder, the data that's available in the SSI reports, graduating senior survey reports, and other things that's posted to the website is they're available for your use in doing that. Also, while I'm thinking about it, there's another report that I did not get done this summer that I usually get done because we were doing other things, and that's the information from Donita from Practical Christian Ministries. The supervisors who do the PCM evaluations provide a really important data on the performance of students in Christian ministry, which may impact and be information that would be helpful to you in doing your assessments, especially in the academic areas. You know, what I've typically done is broken these down based on majors. So you have a discrete set of data for majors in your program and how they did in PCM, biblical worldview issues, work ethic, all those kinds of things when they're out doing Christian ministries. And I will endeavor to try to get that done when I get a chance to do it. It's going to be later than normal for last year. Calendar committee. We have a calendar committee. The calendar committee is very important, and Gary Rogers is responsible for it. When you have an event that you wish to have placed on the calendar, it needs to go to the calendar committee because they deconflict things. Major events to make sure that we're not competing with each other and we have effective use of facilities. Okay? So you can email the registrar's office to get approval on the by the calendar committee and to have something placed on the calendar for the institution. Once it's received, then you can publicize the event. Do not put anything out until you actually have confirmation that it's been approved. So you don't have to retract it and redo it, which is rather embarrassing and confusing to people who may be interested in that. Anything you'd like to add to that at all? Okay. If it's a new event, if it's something new that's not been routinely done in the past, then there's a process that we use in order to approve it. And if you go to the handbooks, Appendix G, proposal for the development of curricular and co-curricular programs and events, there's a process you go through to get that approved. And if you're going to do that, this is a new discrete event, and you have any questions about it, you can come to me and ask, and we can sit down and talk about what happens with that. This process has to be followed to make sure that there's approvals. Yes, it's bureaucratic, yep, but just to double check to make sure we're not competing with other things institutionally, and it makes sense, and it's within compliance with federal regulations as well as our accreditors, so that we're not doing anything that's going to get us in trouble later. Okay. Any questions about that? Great. Okay, I'm going to move to the academics. Okay, so the agenda for this, introductions, curricular and co-curricular options for students, and announcements and reminders. Now, some of this stuff has been covered already in the meeting we had on Tuesday, but obviously not everyone was there, so there'll be a little bit of duplication for items we'll talk about. Okay, introductions. We do have, moved too far over. We do have some new adjunct faculty. Mr. Mickey Airy is going to do business administration. He's going to help out in that department. He actually is the city manager for the city of Peculiar, and he has a master's in public affairs. So he's bringing kind of a different perspective to business, which will be very helpful, I think. Dr. Eric Kissling, information systems, also business, but he is an information systems specialist. That's what he has his doctorate in, to be able to for information systems with regard to business. And then finally, Heather Wilson, right up here, who you met earlier, who is in music. So obviously the first two guys aren't here, but Heather is here, so please welcome her to Calvary. And you are performing for us, correct? Okay. We also have some changes in roles. Jamie Franz has been spending a lot of time and effort taking graduate level English classes at Liberty University so that she can teach English in our English department and help out there. And so, she's done this of her own accord. So thank you very much, Jamie, for putting yourself on the line and knocking these classes out. 18 hours of English classes, good for you. Tressa is going to, Tressa Barnes has agreed to act as the interim director for NICAO, so thank you for that. Chris Stolberg has moved in his job description to Director of Admissions. Chris, I'm sorry, over here. I was looking over there at the coaches for some reason. Anyway, so he's a Director of Admissions and running the admissions team during the course of the summer and has done a fabulous job there and continuing to teach in the music department. And Alan Prodell, who's not here, Alan has gone to work for the Roland Park, I can never remember, the Roland Park Police Department, but he's continuing as an adjunct in the business department here. So those changes are the new roles that we have at the moment. Okay, we have some changes with regard to degrees. We did some faculty reduction last year. In order to match reductions in degrees, we had to do some consolidations. One thing we did was earlier in the year was to suspend the MS and Worship Arts. So that reduced one program. A second thing we did was to consolidate associate degrees into one Associate of Ministries, Associate of Ministry Studies, Associate of Arts and Ministry Studies, and then within that to have concentrations. It turned out that the AA degrees had the same basic baselines anyway. For Bible and Theology and General Ed, the concentration areas were the ones that we changed, and some of those are even still the same. So it wasn't a major change to do that with respect to students coming in. They're still getting the same curriculum, almost the same curriculum that they would have gotten anyway. So now we have one associate's degree. That reduced the requirement for 3 faculty positions in the process of that consolidation. We also have some accelerated degree options. One we had already was the BA to MDiv, 5-year degree option. So an accelerated degree for someone to come into that program could, in theory, walk away in 5 years with an MDiv after coming in, which is challenging but doable. There are admissions requirements for that, GPA requirements that have to be met for students to stay in that program, which are challenging, but again, doable. We also added 2 additional accelerated degree options, and those include a BS in Biblical Counseling and MA in Biblical Counseling. We have 1 or 2 students in that now. I saw 1 today. I thought we had 2, but there's a couple. And along with that, just as a side note, Jeff Cox called Jackie this morning and said he wanted to verify the fact that we actually had 12 students in CO 601, which is the introductory course for the MA in Biblical Counseling. He thought this can't be correct, you know? We have 12 students in that class. This is a very large number of MA students in that program, which is pretty awesome. And so this is going to pick up and carry on as we go forward, I think, to be a very viable and effective program, along with our MABT and our PhD programs, which are also incredibly strong at the graduate level. Then also the BS in not Biblical Counseling. You've changed that already. Organization. Yeah, it is. Okay, so a BS in Business and Organizational Development. Again, a 5-year option. Where it is doable to be able to do that. So we're really happy to offer these, and so as you talk to people, these are available for students to pursue. Any questions about any of those or any amplifying information anyone would like to share? No? Okay. Articulation agreements. We picked up 2 articulation agreements recently. One is with Liberty University. Liberty, Calvary has been a member of ACBSP, which is an accrediting organization for business programs. And it's a programmatic accreditation, not a comprehensive one like HLC or ABHE. We joined them a couple years ago with a view to become our business programs become accredited by ACBSP. And we did some adjustments of our undergraduate programs to match the ACBSP core requirements. What that did eventually was, not intentionally, but eventually when we were looking into the possibility of adding something in accounting, was to get with Liberty University, who is also ACBSP accredited, so the core curriculum matches class for class between us and them. So in terms of the accounting program they have online, fully online, we have our students who are taking our regular core classes in business can then take the accounting classes at Liberty and obtain an accounting degree. Liberty is working with us on this. They're going to manage those students on an individual basis, which for Liberty is kind of different because it's a 100,000 student operation for the online students. But they'll manage our students on an individual basis to get them through that program. So it took us about a year to get that articulation agreement signed. But it's signed, and this program is now available for students to pursue if they so desire. A second one was the Rural Home Missionary Association. Then this is something that will help that helps us on our MDiv program to provide options. Was it up to 9 hours, or is it up to 9 hours in our MDiv program where students can take classes and have them recognized within our MDiv program? Do you want to add anything to that at all? Okay. Right, and this is a program that, for example, Dallas Theological Seminary has the same agreement with them. So this is not something that's necessarily very unique, but it gives us an opportunity to compete with them in this area. Any questions on that? Yes, yes. Yes, my intention to do that, yes. Yep. We did not re-up with them this year because of the budget cuts, but we'll have to reapply for membership next year. And then the accreditation process is a whole different thing from being a member. We have been a member, and we're still getting their stuff, so they're still in touch with us. There's been some revisions in policies. And if you're in the Faculty Senate, you're aware that these conversations occurred last year. One of those deals with completion of coursework. What we have been doing with regard to adding additional time for coursework was an artifact of everyone on the 16-week program. When we went to 8 weeks, when we had additional time authorized, we kept the 16-week format in the process, so we were allowing 6 weeks of additional time. And that would, for an 8-week class, that would carry over 6 weeks into the next cycle, which causes issues for students who then it's self-inducing issues for students who are trying to get the previous work done at the same time they're getting the current work done, and it created problems for them. So what we did was to reduce the amount of time for additional time for an 8-week class to 3 weeks. And for a 16-week class, we kept that at 6 weeks, and increased the fee requirement to $100 to encourage students to get their work done on time as opposed to applying for additional time. Okay, so that's that policy. Then plagiarism. Another issue that was discussed very heavily in the Faculty Senate that some of you may not be aware of is the artificial intelligence issues associated with plagiarism. We had that come up this year with different students that we detected, we discovered were using ChatGPT to do work with and turn it in as their own. So there is now a statement that goes on the syllabus with regard to artificial intelligence, that's considered as plagiarism if you do that, and then that will fall under the normal plagiarism processes when we detect it. Turnitin, which we use with Canvas, and all the faculty should be using Turnitin for written work, now has the capability of detecting artificial intelligence activity. Just as a side note, I use Turnitin for AI. I also use a separate tool that's available online for AI checking as well. So I run it through both. If I find something, I'll run it through both of them. If you've seen anything produced by ChatGPT, it's very, if they just copy and paste it, it's very easy to see. The font, the paragraph structure, the language is very, very easy to detect. If they're really good with paraphrasing, then it becomes harder to detect as well. Tim, do you have anything on that at all? Any thoughts, comments? You seem restless. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yep. Okay. Well, Jackie's taking notes, so yes. Yeah, I just found another one online tool. Yeah.
Okay,
Sure, I could. I just Googled AI tools,
okay,
and I don't remember the name of it. I have it in my bookmark thingy on my computer. So Jackie's taking notes. We'll address this in a workshop coming up. Great. In terms of AI, we've had situations. Yes. Yes. I was just going to. I just going to mention that we have had essays that have been detected as being generated by AI. Yes. And we also have had essays. We had an essay recently that was copied. And, no, it was it's a statement about Jesus, I think. It was copied and pasted from the Mormon website.
Yeah, we caught that. We did not accept them.
Yeah, when we detected the AI issue, we also that was rejected as well. Any other comments or thoughts? Okay, this is an issue. So we received an appeal for a student that was ChatGPT generated this week for the ACC. So that was interesting. First-year student experience. So first-year student experience has been a very valuable tool for us in order to be able to acclimate first-year students coming in, especially in the aftermath of COVID, and also issues with students who haven't been well prepared for academic life in various ways. So we had, for those of you who don't know, about two and a half, 3 years ago, we began a process of looking at how we improve the experience for first-year students coming in so we can integrate the classes better, have a better flow and sequencing, and be able to provide a better support system for them through the process. And this is based on Vince Tinto's work over the past 4 or 5 decades of why students leave college and how you get students to retain. And what he says in his final analysis about 2010 was students, the first thing the best and first thing you can do for student retention is to academically challenge them. You can have climbing walls, you can have amenities of all kinds, but what happens in the classroom is the most important thing you can focus on. And for us, with limited resources, we've focused on what happens in the classroom as being the most important thing. So some improvements and initiatives that have come from the task force itself, and this is composed of faculty members who do first-year students. Courses that prioritize Canvas familiarity, and this is stuff that we're doing now, and student engagement to prepare students to thrive in classes, extra sessions during Welcome Week, which Jamie has embedded, to help begin engaging academic technology, academic support staff, and academic departments, and then the continuous improvement cycle for evaluating through feedback we get from the students themselves as well as faculty members to improve the process. Retention rates. So the fall of 2000 to 2020 to 21 student retention was 81%. Very much higher than the average that we've had at Calvary, which is around 65%. Second time was 79% at fall of 21 to 22. However, if you add the student that got a certificate which is excluded from the IPEDS data, if you add that student in, we're at 80%. Okay? So we're pretty consistent. Going into this year, up till just a few weeks ago, we were at 80% again, but we lost 3 students. They withdrew. So we're down, at this moment in time, for first-year students from last fall, we're sitting at 68%, which is a bit disappointing, but that's kind of where it's at. I still think that this program is very effective, especially in engaging students, getting them on board, and supporting them through the first couple of years. Where you lose students tends to be at the end of the first year, and a big loss occurs often at the end of the sophomore year. If we can keep students to the junior year, we've got them. They're going to stay to finish. But that sophomore to junior break is also an opportunity where we can lose students. We have to begin paying attention to now as we become more sophisticated in this process. Okay, any questions or comments from faculty regarding the process? And the first year student experience involves everybody on campus, because we create the environment in which students live, both from a biblical worldview, from ethical practices, to supporting students and engaging them, regardless of what your job is on campus here. Yes? Yes, Jennifer knows the reasons. Thanks for asking that. Other questions? Yes. So, in case you don't know, we have it's basically a cohort operation where we want students to be together in the classroom through that first year experience. They're building relationships as well as they're following a program that we want them to follow to set them up for success later. And getting them into their intro classes as early as possible in that process is very important, so they can become acquainted with whether they want to be a teacher or not, whether they want to be in business or not, or if they want to do biblical counseling or not. And then they can go, I'm not sure I want to really do that. Or I love it, and just dive in. Once they dive in, they're going to be here. Other comments or questions? Yes. Yes, be careful. Yeah. We'll talk about that later. I'm starting to get the SRI results from spring. Breaks, and so watch the chatter for those things coming up. Anything you want to add, Tiffany? So you're going to do a Dorothy Sayers book club? Or Jane Austen, or? Okay. Okay, student organizations. In the student handbook, there is a policy for starting a new organization on campus, and this came up in one of the surveys that was done as something that students had asked about. So there's a process. It's a way about a way for going about doing it that requires a faculty sponsor of some kind. So if you get approached by students to start an organization, this is what they're talking about. So I mentioned the underwater basket weaving student organization. So we would look for someone who knows how to do scuba tanks and all those kinds of things if we have that one started. Yes. Yes, there is data on that. Yep. The issue, of course, is the size of the school and how diverse, what the diversity is in terms of interest. Music and theater, for example. Since we no longer have a theater program, a theater club could be appropriate. So, yeah. Okay. Other questions on that issue? How about archaeology club? We could go out. Mike, do you know a field somewhere we could go? Yeah. Picks, shovels, and brushes. We're good to go. Until you find something, then the state gets involved and it goes downhill from there. Okay, Calvary University Press. In case you don't know, Mike Dodds is the director of the press, sitting right over here in his blue shirt. The initiatives, we have the IJOBA, and the next edition is actually going to be released August 7th. Okay, and that's available on Amazon. So I will today order a copy because I like hard copies of that from Amazon. And we encourage faculty and students, if students have a paper, if you have a student who has a paper that can be turned into an academic journal article, we would encourage you to do that, especially at the graduate level. But even undergrad students, if they have something and they've done a fabulous job of putting it together that's appropriate for a research journal, then encourage them to rework that and give them credit for it, perhaps in class, for doing that. But we'll also need people doing book reviews. So if you have a book review that you want to do, please get with Mike on those as well. We also publish books, and there's a few books in process being published right now in various stages along the way, and Adam is involved in that too, so thanks for that. Anything you want to add at all? Warrior's Pen, you want to talk about that, what that is? You want to talk about what Warrior's Pen is? Yes. Okay. And faculty can contribute as well, can't they? Okay, well, never mind. So these are pieces or articles or short stories or things that would not be appropriate for Ijoba, but would be appropriate for publication. Okay. Thanks. Next up, evening lecture series. So we do have, if you don't know, we do have an evening lecture series. This is an opportunity for faculty to present academic products at least once a month. And the ones that we have coming up initially this year so far is, I'm going to do one, Can Unaccredited Transfer Students Survive at a Real College? This was my dissertation topic, so I'm going to turn that into a presentation. And then the music department is doing a faculty recital as theirs at Blue River on October the 28th at 7 p.m. So that is their version of the evening lecture series. We do have openings beyond that, Josh. If you have something that you were interested in, then please contact Dr. Paxton, and he'll set you up. Otherwise, you may get voluntold, be approached about doing a presentation, Karen, possibly at some time in the near future, Karen and Tim. Kind of like a gnat. So those are coming up, and these are broadcast live, and we also would encourage live people to come to it, live people to come to it in the Langmaid room. Great, I'm moving on now. I'm not only running out of time, I'm running out of whatever intelligence. Koji. So Koji is coming up January 22nd to the 24th, the Conference on Global Engagement, excuse me, and it's front-loaded basically into the 22nd, the evening, and the 22nd and the 23rd and 24th primarily. No classes those days. I would ask faculty to please relieve students of turning in assignments during that time frame, either do it before or after, so that they can engage in Koji. Okay? Anything you want to add? Okay. If you have any questions, get with Josh, but this is the schedule. So, okay, things coming up. Convocation is going to be the 23rd of August, so dust off your gowns and your academic regalia to come out if you're a faculty member for convocation. It'll be here in this room. If you have school-sponsored activities that you're doing, for example, obviously athletics is a great example of this, make sure that you contact Jackie with the list of students that would be involved and the schedule involved. The athletic department's already done this with soccer and volleyball, so that we know what students are going to be where and when, so they won't necessarily be in your class. Just encourage them, if they're not going to be there, to make sure that they watch the videos for the classes themselves and keep up with their work. The coaches will be on top of that as well, and have them come to you for updates on where they stand during the course of the athletic year. Committee meetings, if you are the secretary for a committee, make sure that you email the minutes of the meeting to Jackie. These are incredibly important for accreditation documentation. When we write about something, we have to have evidence that we're doing something. A lot of that evidence is embedded in committee meetings. If you're a committee chair, make sure that minutes are taken at the meeting so we can document what occurred and we have a record of that available for use later. So any questions about that, contact Jackie. She'll be able to fill you in. And I am done, unless there's any questions of me at this point. Ready for break? Are we good? Okay, break. 10. Okay. Oh, you're up. After or before? So break from 10:30 to 10:45. Limeade room. Hang around here. Mill around. Meet someone you don't know, and we'll see you really quick. Coffee's ready. Okay.
And we're already 20 minutes behind for the day. Somehow I think we'll finish by 3 o'clock, maybe. So thank you for gathering and for being here and being attentive. There's a lot of details today. These slides will be available later. Is that correct, Jackie? Are we going to distribute do you know? Not you? Okay. I think we'll find a way to make the slides available so the details that are there will be available to you post-meeting. Mrs. Phillips. Mrs. Phillips.
Yes.
Are you ready?
I am.
All right. Practical Christian Ministries.
As usual, I was talking, so there it is. Miss Becca? Hi.
I'm going to read Donita's verses to live by and pray quickly. So it's 1 Thessalonians 5:12 through 18. And we urge you, brethren, to recognize those who labor among you and are over you in the Lord and admonish you, and to esteem them very highly in love for their work's sake. Be at peace among yourselves. Now we exhort you, brethren, warn those who are unruly, comfort the faint-hearted, uphold the weak, be patient with all. See that no one renders evil for evil to anyone, but always pursue what is good for both yourselves and for all. Rejoice always, pray without ceasing, in everything give thanks, for this is the will of God in Christ Jesus for you. Father God, we thank you for Donita, for the work that she does on this campus with our students, for the example that she is to all of us of a joyful spirit and of a servant's heart. We pray that you would continue to use her on this campus and in each of our lives this year. In your name, amen.
So I'm just a little bit excited this morning, just a little bit. Hebrews 12, 1-3. Therefore, since we have so great a cloud of witnesses surrounding us, let us also lay aside every encumbrance and the sin which so easily entangles us. And let us run with endurance the race that is set before us, fixing our eyes on Jesus, the author and perfecter of our faith, who for the joy set before him endured the cross, despising the shame, and he sat down at the right hand of the throne of God. For consider him who has endured such hostility by sinners against himself, so that you will not grow weary and lose heart. Now, I didn't know when to share this part with you. I'm going to have to share it now because I don't think I can get through the rest of it if I don't. Before I even came in today, this is what God does. He pours it out. We cannot outgive the Father, and it's just the absolute truth. Josiah Hackman walks into the office. I knew he was going to come in because we talked yesterday. And he's going to tell me about his internship this summer. But I heard what I didn't expect to hear. I expected to hear, this is what I did this summer. This is what I learned this summer, and this is what I heard instead. You are not going to believe what I learned this summer. Well, Josiah, can you tell me, what did you learn? He said, it's not about me. I'm like, oh, do tell, do tell. And he said, this is the deal. I thought that whenever I went to church, I was looking to see, what can the church give me? Do they have the right music? Do they have the right lighting? Does the preacher feed me? And he said, what I learned instead, working behind the scenes in church, is what can I give back to God? How do I serve Jesus Christ? And I thought, oh, my land, you got it. So of course I hugged him. I couldn't stand it. I'm just like, this is it. Can I share it this morning? And Josiah said, yes. And so I did. I calmly shared that with you this morning. This is what I know. We are all race runners in this room, and we are training our students here on this campus to get to be race runners. That is the privilege we have. That's the opportunity Jesus Christ has given us. And Practical Christian Ministry is an opportunity for our students to put their boots on the ground and do it while they're here at Calvary, not when they cross the stage and get the diploma. That's what I love about Calvary. That's what I get to share when parents come into my office. This is who we are and what we're about. And a part of that is you. That's the excitement of this. We are learning here at Calvary that once we've accepted that call to salvation, we've accepted his call to ministry. The students have heard that forever and ever and ever now, I think. The opportunities that our students are getting to serve not only on our campus, but all around our community are huge. We have 40-plus ministries and churches we are locally, or right now, plugged into locally. 40-plus. That's not counting the ones that we haven't heard about yet. And how are we hearing about them? It's through you. You are a huge part of that. Some of our students right now are working. I'm just so hyped up already. I cannot wait for them to get back on campus, them being the students. Some of our students are working with young women who are not married but have children or getting ready to have children, and they have never heard about Jesus. That ministry is located approximately 12 minutes from us. Karen Hange set us up with them. These young girls are going in and spending time with young women and sharing Jesus Christ with them so that they, in turn, have the opportunity to accept Christ as Savior and share it with their children. Is that not wild? We have a young lady on this campus right now who's working with a crisis pregnancy center. She has the opportunity to work with young men and women who have either gone through abortion or are considering it. She has that chance to step in and maybe save a little baby's life and change that parent's life forever. Is that incredible? We have one young lady on campus, Katie McGee. Her sign is over on the Ed Building wall. You can go in and look. We're going to start a wall of people who are serving if they want to put up their ministries. She served in Cambodia over the summer. Some of our students are engaged 24/7 in camp ministries over the summer. They are leaders, directors, managers, and counselors. They are pouring the truth of Jesus Christ into these kids' heart. We have a couple of kids on this campus, coaches, who are engaged with sports ministry over the summer. They are pouring in not only the art of sport, which I'm calling it the art of sport because if you've ever seen me try to play anything, I don't have a clue what you're doing. I will play with every part of my being, but I tell you, I will not understand why. I just found out that when someone says, keep the eye on the ball, or keep your eye on the ball, not keep the eye, keep your eye on the ball, they're serious. I didn't realize that you kept your eyes open when the ball was coming at you. I'm like, that's how they hit it. I mean, what a revelation, you know? But these kids are working with sports teams in our community and sharing Jesus with them while they're learning to play. This is what's happening on our campus. These are only a few of the ministries that our students are involved in. How are they having these opportunities? It's because of you. How many emails or phone calls or drop-bys in my office do I get that say, Donita, have you heard of this ministry? Donita, check this out. I have learned that I need to look at the website because, you know, sometimes we don't have the same thoughts. So I've made mistakes, and do you want to know what's been great about those mistakes? Is you've loved me through them. That's what's different at Calvary. When people say to me, Donita, why is it that you stepped into a job? I haven't worked for years. Why would you step back into a position? I'm like, have you met the family at Calvary? And I sincerely mean that. When I taught school at Yoakum, it was fun, but it was not a family like it is here. This is unique. And our students are seeing that. They're getting from you the heartbeat of what it is to serve Jesus Christ. That's what we're doing. That wasn't even in the notes. That was just an extra. On September 13th, it's on a Wednesday, we're changing things up. On September the 13th, on a Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., we're going to be over in the Student Life Center having our annual Christian Ministry Fair. Things are changing a wee bit. We're going to have all of our ministries and churches attending, and also every on-campus student is required to attend. This is not an option. Why would I possibly want to do that? That seems like such a thing to do, to make one more requirement on our students, because they have the opportunity to engage. Some of our students, not as many as before, but some of our students are still not involved in church or ministry locally. This gives them the opportunity to do that. It also gives our younger students who are coming in the opportunity to engage with our older students and form community. Hey, I'm serving here. Hey, this is a great place to be. So it's many, many opportunities. It also does something else because, you see, we're going to treat them like adults. They get to make a choice. I may be requiring it, but you have the option to choose a chapel skip. You can adult. How are we training our students up? Everything that I'm doing with Practical Christian Ministry, I promise you, I'm not only doing with all my heart, but I'm doing with purpose. I am giving everything I can for that. All of our on-campus students are required to attend. Every undergraduate student that attends Calvary University online or on campus is required to do one practical Christian ministry per semester. It's not an option, and there are no redos. It's called life. And I do expect things turned in on time. I do not accept anything late. Again, that's called adulting in life. The students are always required every single semester to turn in a Christian ministry form. Tells me what is going on, lets me pray for them. Every semester, they're also required to have their mentor turn in a form. Some of you in this room are mentors for our students. What an opportunity to connect with them. Some of you may be asked to be a mentor. I would encourage you to do it. What a joy to walk with our students through their ministry. Graduate students, things have changed up. Look in the Practical Christian Ministry Handbook to see what those requirements are going to be or what they are. And if you have questions, just come talk to me or call me and we'll work through that. I'm telling you right now, like hearing Josiah come in, it is so exciting to see our kids engaging. They are starting to understand the heartbeat of Jesus Christ, that it's serving him with joy. It's not about checking off a box or fulfilling that requirement. This is what we get to do. This is who we are. We have a student right now on this campus who is working and engaging with fixing your cars. Give them opportunity to do that. If it's something simple that can be done, check with Eric and say, hey, you know, man, can you look at my car? You ought to hear him when he comes in and talks about what he's fixed. And not only that, it's the time he spent with you. This is huge. This is huge. How many worship teams do we have, Chris, that are out there in our community that our students are playing in and praising Christ in? They are learning. There are so many opportunities, and this is because of you. It's because of the classes that you're teaching. It's because of the strategies you're teaching them. It's because of the integrity you're teaching them. Every single session, every single class, every spare moment that you spend with these kids is making a difference, and it's making a difference all around the world, not just Kansas City. Not just Kansas City. One of the scriptures I pray every single day that I'm here on this campus and I'm at home is 1 Thessalonians 5:12-18. I'm giving my whole being to live by this. And you hold me accountable, because if you see me not doing this, I want to know. I want to live every single day better and better for him. It is not about me. It's about shining for my Savior. I want to respect every leader that I have. And I see you not only as my peers, but as my leaders. I look up to you. You inspire me. I want to grow up and be like you, and I am 57 years old. I want to live in peace with other people. I do want to warn the idle and the disruptive, and I want to be warned if that's me. I want to encourage the discouraged, and I want to help the weak. I want to be patient with everyone, even when I don't feel like it, when I have a million things to do in that office. If you ever come by and I don't have time, I need to know that. I need to say to you, oh, I'm so glad you're here. Do you want a cup of tea, hot chocolate without marshmallows, or do you want some apple cider and coffee? Oh, yes, and brownies. The homemade goodies will start as soon as I arrive back on campus. But I want to know. I want to have time. I want to do good for the believers. But I want to do good for everyone else, because I so want them to see Jesus Christ. I want to rejoice even when I feel like crying and break my laminator. I want to pray continually, and I want to give thanks and everything. Is life not real? And when our students see us living life real with Christ, they get it. They truly get it. So I want to thank you. I want to thank you so much for the example that you are for me and for our students. And I want to thank you for the impact that you are making as our students do practical Christian ministry. To him be the glory.
Thank you, Donita, for that. If there's one thing that we can count on with Donita, it is energy. Thank you. And for your honesty and your sincerity as well. I can share your comment of have made mistakes. Some of them have been pretty public. And Your forgiveness and your engagement with walking through the back end of that has been appreciated. And so thank you so much for that. I want to pick up on another thought, Donita, that you commented. It's 40 churches and ministries that are engaged through the student body. Did you count? How many of those churches, wouldn't ask this question differently, is every church that a staff member goes to included in that list? So Mike Dodds goes to Shawnee Bible Church, okay? And Gary and Jolene go to Word of Grace. And I go to Summit Woods, and you go to, but is it on the list? The list is much longer when you begin to consider this team as well. And we should be modeling for the students the idea of service. Yes? If we're not actually doing it ourselves in our home churches and our students don't see that from us, then they're challenged to understand what exactly are they talking about. And so I would posit that list is much longer than 40. That is the impact of what's happening because of Calvary. I also want to pick up one other thing that Donita kind of started to go down this road, and that's the engagement of this group with the student body. Next week, Saturday night, next week is Welcome Week, and Josh will talk more about Welcome Week specifically in general, or the details, but I want to pick up on one thing for all of us to be thinking about. Saturday night is the all faculty staff welcome picnic. Notice the language, all faculty staff welcome picnic. It's for everybody. And as a team, I want to invite you to mark your calendar and to respond to the invite of, am I coming? And can you bring a dish to share? And come and meet the students. Teddy picked up on this yesterday, or on Tuesday when we were talking with the faculty about this. This event used to be a really big deal in the life of the institution. And it was a big meet and greet. And so Ashley and I are working together to try and do some coordination of developing that. There's gonna be some games, there's gonna be some music, and there's gonna be a testimony time, and hopefully we'll hear from Mr. Josiah and others talking about their summer and what they've seen God doing in their life. This used to be an annual thing, and we're gonna try and reinstitute it this year, and we would love to have you come and hear and prod the kids. What's been going on in your life? Share with others about what you see God doing. So come and help us out with that if you would. I had thought I should introduce everybody, and introductions have happened. I have a couple of team members who are not here, students, staffers. In the communication side, most of you know Kara Miller and Grace Murphy. They continue in their roles. We are anticipating a transition from Kara this year as she graduates and has plans to move on to other occupations. Ashley Maxwell is new to my office with Chris Stolberg moving into admissions, and Ashley's been doing a tremendous job and truly have appreciated her work stepping in and replacing Chris. I do want to take just a moment and go backwards for just a thought. And this is another celebration thought. The alumni were asked to participate last year like they usually are. And they were asked to help out with the ladies' restroom over in the gym. And I put in a couple pictures up here because I want you to actually remember, what that restroom looked like. And there was the window that couldn't hold air. This is today. Doug Driscoll and his team have taken what was an underfunded project and figured out a way to get it done. We've got a couple of amenity things to go in yet. The mirror needs to be identified, or is it identified yet? It's identified, so it needs to be installed. Some paper towel needs to go in, little things, but the big part of the work is done, and so the ladies are very encouraged. More has happened in the gym. That's Billy's story. I'm going to let him tell that later when he comes up, of what's going on there in the gym as well. God is providing, and this is not the only place on campus where you can walk around and you can see God not only providing for the big picture, but God providing for little things here that make a difference. There's new furniture in a number of areas. There's paint happening in different areas. The third floor of the dorm is getting a new coat. And many times it's these little things that help the morale overall. Celebrate them with the students. Point them to them and encourage them that God is at work in our midst. Let's talk about some things here for this year. In the budget process, we had to consider a number of things, and one of the impacts on my department was that effective this year, we will not be sending a mailing for year-end campaigns. So typically, a year-end campaign begins with a hard copy letter that we send to a large number of mailboxes, somewhere between 5,000 and 10,000 addresses we have in the database, and we'll hard copy mail with an envelope and invite people to consider participating. That's an expensive process. That was $20,000 that we saved by not doing that. But there's a cost that's not financial that we're going to try and recover by moving all of our campaigns to digital. So online, social media, email, we'll be working to coordinate. And it's interesting that more than half of the response in this most recent campaign, this calendar year-end campaign I was telling you, more than half the response was digital. We did have a fair number of people who sent an envelope. I'm asking you to pray with me that we figure out a way to help those envelopes continue to show up. For some, this is the hard part of this decision. There are people that I know that are in the database that the only way we can reach them is through their mailbox. They do not have an email address, they do not have a cell phone, and they are not on the internet. They are not on social media. Literally, the only way to reach them is through their mailbox. It is a small group, but that group is active. And so pray with me that we figure out a way to reach them with the news of what God's doing and opportunities to engage. So everything will be digital this year. There'll be a lot less paper involved. Calvary Today is going to be digitally delivered. We'll have a very small print run will be made, so we have those for display tables, but they're meant for display tables, not for our personal use. This is the fun part of the job. You'll remember the story about the church that we said we sent a list of projects. The biggest project that we listed on that list was that we needed to rebuild the website, like from ground up, start over type, rebuild the website. Their gift was large enough, and the board was gracious enough to say yes, that we have signed a contract, and the website is currently underway to being completely rebuilt from the bottom up. Every word's going to be examined, every picture's going to be looked at, every graphic is going to be designed, and we have signed a contract with an award-winning company who specializes in Christian higher ed market. They know our market. They know how to build an award-winning website that represents us and represents us well. A team has been put together, be Dr. Gadanos and myself, Adam Weeks, Dr. Bittner, Chris Stolberg, and Aaron Heath will be the on-staff conduit to that contractual company. We've hired we're in the process of nailing down the contract with a contractor. Some of you may remember Amanda Hiskey. We're this close to Amanda signing the contract and being our main conduit with the contract company, working with our team, and she may come at some point in time and say to you, I've got this page, and I want to make sure that the words we've got here are what we want, or do you have some input here? understand that there's a process to that review, and just because one person says, this is what I think the words should be, does not necessarily mean that that's what the words will be. This is a process. There are a lot of hands that will look at it, understand we're going to endeavor to do our best to build this from the ground up. And so this is an exciting piece of news. I mean, this has been probably the biggest project on my desk since the day I arrived. This was number one priority, get this done. And so we think 6 months. We're hoping in the February timeframe we'll be able to announce a launch of the new website. So be praying with us that the details come together for that. It will be a massive project. Yeah, everything's in a review. Let's just leave it at that. Rather than, there's a lot of things we don't have answers to, and we probably have a much longer list of questions than we have answers. Other than I've got a contract that says this is the process of how it's going to work. From there, we're looking at all of it. So Adam will be in the middle of figuring out process and how we'll navigate what comes when. The current website is still active, and it will be active. And so if you have a new article, if you have a new picture, if you have something to update, there's nothing wrong with updating what we have. Just understand as we update that, there will be a flip, hopefully in February. And as we add, we'll probably want to be paying attention to that flip is coming. So that's a big project for this year in the communications and development departments. A second or another area of importance for me and for our department is to expand the relationships amongst churches and business leaders. A year ago, our church income increased by about 20%. Our business income went down by about 50%. I need to increase both. Now, there's one of the reasons I went where I did with you, Donita, about all of us are part of a church someplace. President's Dinner is coming up soon. I have that on my list as well. I'm going to talk about it here and now because it dovetails into this idea. A year ago, we had President's Dinner, and we had a grand time, and many of you were there at the Marriott in Overland Park, and we changed some things and some approaches to how it went, and everybody really appreciated all of that, and we had a wonderful response of $120,000 in giving that night, including a $50,000 endowment that was given that was unexpected. At the table, a couple said, we've done this elsewhere, why haven't we done it here? And within a couple of weeks, it was done. We're going to do the same thing again this year, except the problem was that within a week after the finish of the event last year, I talked to the Marriott and I said, we'd like to come back. And they said, that's good, just understand it's going to be a 30% increase in your cost. I was like, wow. And so I went looking, and I drove all over the city, didn't I? I had meetings here, there, and hither and yon, and discovered that the entire market had overnight jumped 30%. It didn't matter where I was going to go, where we were going to go. The numbers turned out to be almost identical, regardless of the venue. And so we went back to the Marriott because there were some things about the Marriott that we really liked, and the location of it in the city is incredibly convenient for the vast majority of those who come. But I had to figure out how we're going to pay for that. And so we went to work on sponsorships. And there's a unique thing. We sent to the printer yesterday an invite, a hard copy invite, postcard. One side of that invite includes sponsors. I think it's 8 of the 10 sponsors are churches. 8 of the 10 sponsors are churches. And it's church leaders who said, we believe in Calvary, and we believe enough in it that we will pay for a table even with the increased cost so that you can invite people free of charge. And so Shawnee Bible Church and Word of Grace and Sherwood and Pleasant Grove and Church of the Open Door, I'm forgetting some. Blue River. The list is long with that. Abiding Faith. They're all listed on that. One is to acknowledge them and say thank you publicly to everybody who will receive that postcard. But I say that for an additional reason. If you're in a church where you know that I don't talk to that pastor much at all, an introduction would be appreciated. Now, the challenge I go down there is I've asked the Bible and theology faculty and the faculty in general to help with developing more relationships with churches. And I'm not taking that away at all. Now, if you want to ask your pastor to be a sponsor of the President's Dinner, grand, wonderful, that's tremendous. I can do that for you. But I need to develop a relationship with them to get to the point to be able to do that. And so there's a two-edged sword here of what I'm asking for. It would seem like every church represented of those who are here would at least have a little bit of an interest in understanding what's going on with us, and the place they can find it out most easily is through the President's Dinner. It's a free ticket. Come and find out. And so I'm inviting you to invite your pastor, to invite key leaders from your church. Come, hear, see what God's going to do. Shea Hoodman is going to be our speaker that night of gotquestions.org. Many of you know who he is. He is our invited speaker. The chorale will sing. We're going to have, it's the President's Dinner. It'll be much of what you have come to expect. That's what it will be. But we have some fun and exciting new things that we're going to put in there too. It will be a little bit different. I'm inviting you into my office, into the process. As much as I try to support and encourage you, I need your support as well. Getting out. Dr. Ganatis and I have spent most of the summer away from our home churches in churches all over the country, from Kentucky, West Virginia, to California. I've lost track of how many states we've hit between the two of us. We've been in a lot of churches, we've talked to a lot of church leaders, and there's a lot of excitement. But even with the churches that we've talked to, it's not enough. It's not nearly enough. We need to continue to expand the breadth of the churches that we're talking to. So I encourage your comments, encouragement, and thoughts about we should be talking to so-and-so. I go to this church and have you ever talked to this pastor? I don't know, but I would be glad to. I know that will be my immediate answer, so I would be glad to. If you can help with an introduction, that would be wonderful. Business leaders are the same way. We know many business leaders, but we don't know nearly enough of them. And there's an element of you're out in communities and you shop at different places and you are involved with different vendors. Those connections can be helpful. Introductions can be helpful. And so if you would help us make those, that would be appreciated. Growing the response amongst the alumni. My print is smaller back there than I thought it would be. And I'm not as young as I used to be. Oh, there we go. Yeah, but then I'm not talking to the mic that way. A year ago, the response from the alumni was down about 40%. I'm still not certain as to why. And it does this to us. One year it's really strong, and another year it's not. And it's up and down, and we need to stabilize that response from the alumni. And so that will be an effort. One of the things we identified last year was inviting people to the campus for homecoming, for many as a non-starter. As much as we would love to have them come here and we want to get them here and we've made it clear that they can come, many of them have to travel great distances, and to lock into a particular 36-hour period just does not work for them. So this year we are working to go to them. I'm looking to have an event in Wichita, in St. Louis, in Springfield, Joplin area, potentially up in the Lincoln, Nebraska area. At least those 4 areas. I want to get out and have something where we invite the alumni to come and engage and hear what it is that God's doing amongst us. We're still working on the details behind that. Additional pieces I want to mention here, and my list has disappeared. In communications, we've talked about the President's Dinner. It's at the Marriott, September 28th. This is a fundraiser, so bring a friend and bring, a wallet with a response. Be prayerfully thinking about that. The theme this year is Psalm 92:1. Singing your praises to the Lord. We have much to be thankful for, and we're going to spend that evening being thankful. Regional events I mentioned. Alumni of the Year recommendations will open on October 1. Just a thought here, anybody can make a recommendation. So if you know of an alumnus that fits the parameters of what are identified there, you can make a recommendation. You can make more than one recommendation. Last year we had 17 recommendations, and it was delightful to sort through those. We'd love to have a list that long or longer again this year to review. I think that's the end of my list there. I do want to mention one more thing relative to the website and social media. Adam and his team have been working on consistency. And in many ways, we have seen that through the efforts that have already happened, particularly on the social media side. There is a consistent look, there's a consistent imagery, there is a consistent language that has been developed and is being utilized through our social media platforms. That comes as the result of some thought and effort put into a document that actually is a guiding document. That document is almost complete. We'll be finishing putting the final polish on that in the next couple of weeks. And as we have that, we'll distribute that so you can see it. And as you watch the website come together, it will actually be a document that's instrumental in helping to guide what does the website look like. Obviously, we'll listen deeply to what the contractor has to say about what it should look like, but we've got our own thoughts about who we are. We want to make sure those are considered. The work of development in communications and marketing is an institution-wide work. I have 24 hours in my day. Does anybody else have a different number of hours in their day? We all have 24 hours. I am limited by the number of words that I have and the amount of breath that I have. And the multiplication through you talking to various ones about what God is doing is important, and it's a big deal. So just as much as I'm a part of the discipling process of the students, alongside student development and the faculty, even though I'm not in the dorm and I'm not in the classroom, I am a part of that, and I do run into students, and I have opportunities to have those conversations and take advantage of them when I do. You have a similar opportunity to engage the work of development and communications, and I invite you into that. I'm open to hearing from you how we can improve or how we can expand the number of people that we're talking to. We're thankful for what God's done. We're looking forward to what he's going to do this year. There's some big goals ahead of us. There's some big change ahead of us. We're trusting him for direction and making it all come together. Sam, I think you're on next here.
All right, Title IX. Okay, so I'll try and make this as painless as possible, but you all will need to have read or to read the Title IX policy and check the little box on the I solved thing. So if you haven't done that, do that, or else Jolene will come after you, I think, something like that. So you should all be familiar generally with the idea of Title IX. It's the gender-based misconduct policy for Calvary, and it's a national thing that everybody's got to do if they are involved with any federal stuff at all. So Title IX covers both students and employees, so you guys are all part of the Title IX policy as well, so you can bring Title IX complaints, or, you know, you're protected under, I guess is how I should say that, you're protected under the Title IX regulations. So there's kind of two sides to Title IX, sexual misconduct and then discrimination. Discrimination typically thought of as based on sex, but not necessarily based on sex, based on anything. So any kind of discrimination, and then sexual misconduct, and that includes sexual harassment, quid pro quo, any unwelcome conduct, or conduct that is objectionably offensive, or any conduct that effectively denies access to an educational program or an activity on the basis of sex, or any kind of discrimination that falls under the Title IX policy. Conduct, the rest of the list, and this is in the thing, so also sexual harassment, sexual assault, is any sexual act without consent, dating violence, domestic violence, stalking, all fall into that category. So that's all sexual harassment. So what do you need to know about this? Well, everybody who works at Calvary is a mandated reporter unless you are on a specific list in the Title IX policy. Those people know who they are. If you're not sure about that or something, let me know. I can answer any questions about who is what, and yeah, if you've been contacted and you know you're a victim advocate, you should know. If you haven't been, you're a mandated reporter. And so that means that any employee needs to report sexual harassment or discrimination that they become aware of to the Title IX office. So that can be through a conversation you have with a student or another employee, or something you see happen, or something that someone else brings to you. It's like a third party situation. If you become aware of something, you need to let me know, and you need to let me know with as much detail and as quickly as you can. So typically within like a day, unless it would be maybe a weekend thing, but you can still send an email. Anyway, so that's the kind of the two requirements there are thorough and prompt on the reports. And at that point, it becomes my responsibility. Becomes Title IX responsibility. So it might not be Title IX. It might be just a Dean's Department issue. It might be just an HR issue. It might be just a supervisor issue. It might just be a personal issue where I go to the person and say, hey, this is weird, not Title IX, but you shouldn't do this. And then, we'll deal with it through different avenues potentially. But that starts in the Title IX office. And so that's a decision for the Title IX coordinator and me to make, not for you to make. So if you have questions, or it's like, it might be, just come and let me know. And anything that you tell me is confidential. Anything a student would tell me, if you tell them to, hey, just go tell Samuel this, it's all confidential. If you would bring something to me that would involve a student or a different employee, I would then go to them and just ask them about it, and let them know that I'm available for them. They don't have to do anything with that. Most of the time, I don't have to step in and do anything unless I think that there's potential danger to someone, or someone else, themselves, others, whatever. So the majority of the time, someone can make a report and it ends there. They don't want to follow through with anything, and that's fine as long as the report is made. So if someone would tell something to you that sounds like one of these things, you need to bring it to me, and then we can go from there. The majority of the things that have come over the past 2.5 years, however long I've been doing it, nothing has continued. A lot of them are really not Title IX issues, but they still need to be brought to me so I can record it. Because if it would be a Title IX issue and it doesn't end up in the Title IX office, then there becomes a problem with federal regulations and stuff. So I think that is pretty much it. You should let people know if somebody kind of starts into talking about something that you kind of might lead you down a path of like, hey, do you want this to be shared? You just let them know, like, I'm a mandated reporter, I have to tell them this. Again, nothing has to happen necessarily. With that, yeah, it's not going to get shared automatically with anyone else. So if there's a student that comes and they're talking to you and, oh, this is going to make its way to the deans, it might. it may not, or you know, oh, I'm going to get in trouble because of this other thing. You know, their safety is more important than something else. So if a student comes to you or someone else, or if you have an issue yourself, really the best course of action, if they want to tell somebody about it, is to come either to me or to the victim advocate if they don't want anyone else to, if they don't want it to move on or they don't want it to have to be recorded, they can talk to a victim advocate. Those are listed in the policy. I believe it's the Hanges and Aaron and Donita, maybe? Yeah, okay. I didn't look at it this morning. So if those are options there, and then obviously myself as well, but those are going to be reported. So recorded, and that file's confidential. No one can see that except the Title IX coordinator. So that's all I have, unless there are any questions from anyone. And if you don't want to ask here, you can ask me later or send me an email, whatever, if you think of something later. All right, great. Thank you.
Okay. This is HR, but I'm going to start with something from accounts payable. I mean, which button do I push? There we go. Okay. A couple of weeks ago, we revised the purchase rec form to make it more user-friendly for Kathy. You'll find the new form in the Forms to Fill Out folder in OneDrive. If you've saved a copy of the old form to your computer to reuse each time you need to fill one out, please download the new version and begin using it instead. If you forget, Kathy will ask you to resubmit your PR using the new version. So make sure you use the new purchase rec form. It's not a huge change to it, but it's just a couple of things that we've done to it to make it easier for her to, she still doesn't know who is what department and those kinds of things. Okay, on to the HR items. Because the cabinet worked very hard this year to craft a realistic budget, there will be many areas of spending that we need to watch very closely. One of those areas is overtime. Our handbook states that overtime and other exceptions to the normal schedule must be pre-approved by the immediate supervisor. So this is going to apply to people who are hourly, who have to clock in and out. The supervisor is responsible for ensuring that their salaries stay within budget. When overtime is necessary, as it can be sometimes, the employee is expected to take unpaid time off to balance out the overtime that we have to pay them. Excuse me. Remember, because we're required to pay time and a half for overtime hours, the unpaid time off has to be 1.5 times the worked overtime. We have a way to record the unpaid time off in iSolved. You go to your time card, select Request Time Off, and then you select the absence policy called Overtime Makeup. Hopefully that's understandable. Your help with this will be greatly appreciated and will go a long way to keeping us within our budget this year. And by the way, supervisors, your part-time and student employees have been budgeted for a certain number of hours each week. If you consistently allow them to work more than that, you will be hurting your department's budget, and you may have to cut back their hours later in the year to balance things out. iSolved makes it pretty easy to see your employee time cards in weekly chunks rather than viewing the entire pay period. So use that functionality to help you. Oops. My notes went over more than one page. Help you keep an eye on this. This next thing could very well duplicate something that someone else says today. It already has, but it bears repeating over and over and over again. Whether it's a problem with an employee or a student, We could be on very shaky ground legally if we don't take this seriously. If you're having an issue with an employee, shoot HR an email giving the details. Even if the issue never escalates, it never hurts to have that first communication. And if it does, we'll be very glad we've got it. The same is true of student issues. Send an email to the dean's department just so they're aware and are not caught off guard if the situation worsens. Now I want to touch on a few of the changes in this year's handbook. I'm not going to go over all the details of these, and there are other things that have changed, so you do still need to review all the changes that are listed in your handbook. I did try to make hyperlinks for you so you can click back and forth and make it easier to get around. One of the biggest changes we made was that the continuing professional education policy that has been available to faculty for years is now available to full-time staff. All full-time employees have the option now of working on a degree here at Calvary for free tuition under our tuition remission policy. That's a new name for the tuition benefit policy. And part-time employees are still also eligible for the reduced tuition rate under that same tuition remission policy. But now, full-time employees also have the option of working on a degree at another institution, and Calvary may cover half of their tuition cost at that institution. I say Calvary may cover the cost because some years we may not have anything budgeted towards CPE payments. That's true this fiscal year. So although it's a great benefit, it is subject to each year's institutional budget. There are lots of details about this benefit in the handbook, so if this interests you, be sure to read them carefully. There's been some confusion in past years as to who should be labeled a staff administrator. Faculty admins were made clear in the handbooks, but that had never been done for staff admins. So now we've come up with a definition, and you can find it under the title Designation of Administrative Employees. I'm not going to tell you what that definition is. You can go read it for yourself. Since taking over HR last fall, I discovered that not only are we required to provide labor law posters to all employees, including our adjuncts who teach remotely, but we also have to make sure we provide the required posters from their states, as well as the ones we have to post, the ones we have to post here. So, if you like to read fine print, there's a lot of it in the new section called Workplace Posters. And by the way, for those supervisors who have a set of physical posters here on campus, some of those have already become outdated, and I'm going to be sending you a new set to post before the end of August. So you got them up there, have them, be ready. I've got more coming your way that you'll have to take. You may not have to take all of them down, you may just put some of them, need to replace some of them. There's been a change in the chapel attendance requirement for full-time employees. Now, instead of requiring you to attend all 3 chapels every week, you'll be required to attend 1 per week, and you get to choose which one. Except for the occasional times when we tell you that you need to attend a specific chapel. For example, convocation, security chapel, and so forth. FMLA stands for Family and Medical Leave Act. Although FMLA time isn't usually a big deal around Calvary, you do need to be aware that if you have occasion to take it, you will now have to use your sick time at the same time. You won't be able to use sick time and then add on FMLA time. They have to be used together. And finally, almost finally, besides helping us to walk upright, God designed the human spine to be a superhighway of communication between the brain and the rest of the body. If any part of it slips out of alignment, that communication is hindered and you experience negative consequences elsewhere in the body. Years ago, my chiropractor explained that when your spine gets out of line, the muscles that God put in place to help hold its alignment begin to think that the misalignment is normal. When a chiropractor does an adjustment to correct the alignment, those muscles don't like the change and try to pull things back to the old way that they've gotten used to. The change, the readjustment, often causes more pain and discomfort, but the end goal is to eventually correctly align the spine so that the entire body functions better. Where am I going with this? In a sense, that's what needs to happen to some things in our handbook. Calvary has always sought to ensure that we're in compliance with government regulations and laws. But over the years, some of our practices have gotten way out of alignment with industry standards. The Board of Trustees and Dr. Granados have mandated that we reevaluate some things in our handbook that are out of line with those industry standards and government guidelines. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. Prior to this edition of the handbook, our travel policy stated that an employee was allowed to spend $30 per day for meals when they were traveling for the university. In order to more closely align with industry standards and government guidelines, our policy now states the maximum allotment for meals and lodging while traveling will be at the rate established by the federal government for the location of each day's full day's travel. Refer to this link for the current rates. And I believe that meals at this point are more like, instead of $30, $65 a day. So it's a more realistic standard to go by for traveling. Another example is in our policy on resignations. In the past, our policy stated that employees who gave 2 weeks' notice would receive vacation payout. However, industry standard more wisely recognizes the fact that 2 weeks may be sufficient time to replace someone in an hourly position, but replacing a director or executive level employee often takes longer than that. Therefore, our handbook now states that a salaried employee must give at least 30 days notice to be eligible for vacation payout. So today, we're letting you know that the handbook committee will be looking at several of our policies over the next several weeks with the goal of realigning us with industry standards and government guidelines. Not just because we think we should do what everyone else does, but because in this case, those standards and guidelines are wiser than what we're doing now. And because we've gotten used to the misaligned way, some of us may experience some discomfort as the changes are made. I assure you though, and this is the heart of what I'm trying to say here, we do not want to cause discomfort or frustration. So we'll do all we can to only change things that are necessary to bring Calvary back into alignment with healthy functioning. And when we do have to make changes that will hurt, we'll give you as much advance warning as possible, like I'm doing today, only with details for you. So, any questions about that at this point? Okay. All right. At this time, whoops, wrong one. I forgot that button. At this time, we want to recognize employees who have served God faithfully at Calvary for a number of years. Our policy is to recognize hire date anniversaries every 5 years. So we'll start with people who started in 2018 and have now been here for 5 years. Dr. Gromacki, Jackie, Dr. Karen, and Dr. Tim, would you please come up to receive your certificates? No one is celebrating 10 years this year, so our next group are those who started in 2008. Dr. Dodds and Sarah, we honor you for 15 years of faithful service. And we have just one more. Joel Williamson has served 40 years from 1983 until now. And you'll get an extra.
You have a slide coming up, I hope. Okay, in terms, suitable for framing, especially Joel's. And what was it like BC? Yeah. You were here when Grandview was actually a grand view. Okay. We also have some other people to recognize. The first one is promotion in rank to Dr. Joshua Paxton. Come on up, Josh. Okay, I don't have a certificate to give you, but it's going to show up elsewhere. We have two individuals to recognize for completing doctoral degrees. Get back over here again. The Hanges, if you'll stand up again. Congratulations for a lot of hard work. And we still have other people in the pipeline working on doctorates as well. So just to be an encouragement to you in that process, thank you very much and congratulations. And I think it's lunch.
Oh man, Chick-fil-A. But the price was good, you know, because you know what's better than free? Like 50 free. So we're grateful for their provision. Well, beloved, we've had a very, very good morning, and no kidding, no joking aside, the food is coming. It's just not here yet. We were notified that they're running a little bit behind. So we're going to enjoy some more fellowship and more coffee while we wait for the chicken to arrive. But thank you, and sorry, this morning I had shared with the faculty that we'd usually start with the president first and all of that, and we kind of did the flip side of things because when I got my appointment from the Board of Equalization to have a hearing in regards to the Jackson tax fiasco. Originally, when I got my email from them, they had given me a start date of 4/51/58, I believe was the start date. My joke is that is what they actually sent me. My appointment date was 4/51/58, and I said, I'm not showing up to that because I should be in glory, and by that time, I really won't care. But they did send me a follow-up, and I was happy to actually get a real date, but I was sad to see that it was actually for first thing this morning. But praise be to God, I got in there at 8 o'clock, and they released me probably about 35 minutes afterwards. And that's why we had kind of done a little bit of a change of the schedule for me to come in later on in the afternoon and spend some time with you. But again, the Lord had it where I was able to get here, and it didn't take as long as maybe I thought it would be. I don't know if any of you or how many of you are in the midst of that mess with the Jackson County, but there is hope. There is hope. At least now I'm done with that. Praise be to God. But so we will fellowship for a little bit while we wait for Chick-fil-A to arrive and provide for us. There's a cooler of sodas.
So there's a cooler of pop on ice in there next to the table. The coffee is still there. The meal should arrive in about 15 minutes. It'll take about 5 minutes to lay it out. So we should be ready to eat about 20 after, or 15 after.
Okay. Now we're going to have women. We don't have any children, but women and really hungry men get to go first. So, that will be our feeding procedure. But let me go ahead and but close us for now. I'll pray for our meal. That way when it gets here, we are ready to eat. Yes? So let's go ahead and bow in a word of prayer. Lord, we are so grateful for your amazing work in our lives. What a joy to be in your service. Lord, when I look at my dear brothers and sisters, friends, colleagues, that we are able to labor together for your glory. Lord, how marvelous to be in this biblical community. Lord, we look forward with joyous anticipation for the great things that you will do in our midst. Oh Lord, to be able to see into the faces of our brothers and sisters, those precious students that you bless us with, the new ones, the returning ones, and to be able to use the gifts, the passions that you have so lavished upon us, Lord, and to utilize them to see our brothers and sisters grow and mature. That is the joy of being here at Calvary. The joy with our friends and colleagues, faculty and staff growing, maturing together, being able to see how you have equipped each and every one of us in such a special way and have assembled us for such a time as this to do great things for you, O Lord. May the truth of the gospel be proclaimed. May your church be built and strengthened. That is the ministry of Calvary. And we do it, Lord, with grateful hearts, in humility, but with such confidence and such steadfast love and unwavering in our commitment to you, to your word, to the mission that you have called us to do. We thank you for wonderful friends and partners like Chick-fil-A and for their kindness and for blessing us and providing for us this meal. May this meal strengthen us. May it nourish us to do your good and perfect will. This year, Lord, grant us a good year where we will see growth, not only academically, but spiritual in the lives of our students. May we be then next year in this place again, giving glory and honor to you, looking back on yet another year of amazing ministry. So bless the meal, bless our fellowship time around that meal, and just the joy that it is to be in biblical community. And Lord, we just pray this in your precious holy name. Amen. All right. We can transition to the Langmaid and enjoy some good coffee and pop and all that other good stuff, or holy water for those of us who are staying away from getting popped.
the Dean of Students, and I'm trying to emulate Samuel Cheddar in my life. So I'm going to follow Samuel Cheddar in saying, this is going to be quick, here we go. So for student development this year, what we are looking at is the same number of students in the dorm that we had in the spring, which can be looked at in a good way or a bad way, but we have almost the exact same number of students in the dorm. One change this year is we're going to engage commuters in the dorm. Okay, so we're going to engage them with dorm devos, engage them with different activities on campus more than we have in the past. In the past, we engaged with those commuters, but kind of separately from the dorm students. So now we're going to bring them in as long as they're around the right age type of thing and engage them in that way. Welcome week invites. I'm going to mention the ones that are for everyone, every single person. There are other invites that would go out to some of you specifically, and many of you have probably received those, department heads, so on and so forth. But these Welcome Week invites are for everyone. So lunch Friday at the gazebo, so that is Friday the 18th. If I'm not mistaken, lunch is for everyone. Everyone Calvary related, feel free to come on out there to the gazebo. We're going to have hot dogs, chips. Joe's got food ready for us there. Joe's cookies. It's already ready. No, I'm just kidding. It's not ready? I'm just kidding. It will be ready. And we'll be also working on it. Yeah. The RDLs are helping with that one too. I do know how to cook a hot dog. I know some people think that I might not have that ability. I do know how to cook a hot dog. Volleyball game, Saturday at 1 o'clock. Everyone's invited. Come support our girls at the first activity on campus that's sports related. It would be great to have a ton of us out there supporting the girls and getting to know students in the stands. That is a great way to get to know the students, is get to know them in the stands and support the ones that are on the court. Gazebo worship, Sunday morning. We're not asking you to skip church, but if you don't have a commitment that morning, maybe you're able to get away one Sunday from church. If you would like to join us for worship at the gazebo, we'll have music, we'll have a message brought to us by the one and only Chris Stolberg. I'm excited about that, looking forward to hear him teach the students on that first Sunday morning. Where's Waldo, Sunday afternoon. I've sent an email to all faculty and staff. If you are interested in being a part of the Where's Waldo competition, all you're doing is hanging out on the plaza for 2 hours and trying to not be seen. So if that means sunglasses, Dave said that he's going to not wear suspenders. And we're going to find out if students can find him if he doesn't have suspenders on. Okay. So I'm still looking for maybe 3, 4, 5 more people to be involved in that. We've got quite a few who have already emailed, but if you'd like to be involved in that, we'd love to have you. Spiritual Emphasis Week is August 28th through 31, so the students will be involved in chapel all 4 of those days. And there will be other things possibly involved in that week, but specifically 4 chapels that week, Monday through Thursday. I'm excited about that. We're going to be talking about the 2 greatest commandments. Joining us on the stage in that chapel will be Sean LePage, Tim Haynes, and Luther Smith, and I should be saying doctors and should be rightfully recognizing, but Tim said, I'm forgiven. Thank you, Tim. Pope Tim, thank you. So I'm excited for that week. It's going to be great. Devo focus for this year. Devotionals on Monday nights. The students will be studying Proverbs 1 through 7 in the first 3 months of the year, and then we're going to study through 1 John in the last 5 months of the year. I'm so excited. Also, I know I'm really excited. I'm not as excited as Donita, but I am excited. Professor Williamson is going to be coming within the first month and sharing with the students how to apply the wisdom literature to your life, how to interpret the wisdom literature. That's hard for a lot of our students who haven't grown up in maybe a Bible church background or haven't paid attention in their Bible church background. I was that student. So Professor Williamson is going to help us in chapel be able to do that. And finally, Student Senate. I'm so thankful for Student Senate this summer. A lot of the capital investments that have happened on campus are because Student Senate said, yes, we can use Student Senate money to just bless students all over the campus. So Lots of new furniture, student lounge, lots of new stuff happening in the dorm, painting third floor, in the gym. Student Senate provided for thousands of dollars of things that have been happening in the gym as well. Student Senate is a blessing. Beja is our student body president. Thank her when you see her. Engage with her on things like that. They have really blessed this campus this summer. And that is student development for the year. Thank you so much.
Okay. Enrollment management, admissions. Thank you, everyone, for the last 3 months. Our department has received just some wonderful support from so many different people as we have all stepped pretty freshly new into this department. And so we are really appreciative of that. Okay, so what I'd like to do, and I want to take a page out of Samuel's and Josh's, oh, we can't read that. Well, I can read it and I'll read it to you. I want to take a page out of their book and not go super long. What I'd like to do really briefly is just explain the admissions process to you. Something that became pretty aware to me and some others pretty quick is we all need to have a good grasp on exactly what happens in our department so you understand what's going on with that process, right? So I'm just going to walk through this really quick. So up here is the tiny button. Tiny button, there it is. First step of the process is prospects. Prospects are people who have shown interest in the school, who have submitted some form of, maybe they've called us, maybe they've submitted something on the website, maybe we've met them at an event. This is the first step of the process. They're often referred by alumni, faculty, staff, students, or you find them at fairs and conferences. I want to show you this slide really quick. I did a data poll from where our enrolled students have been coming from. Oh, sorry, let me get closer. I like to turn so I can read it too. I basically did a data poll of where our enrolled students over the last 5 years, where they've been coming from, according to Populi, the data we have. If you look, a massive portion of our students come from alumni and current students recommending them, referring them, parents and family members and friends. It's personal connections. That includes faculty and staff. It really, really does. And it's been really encouraging. You know, as we're looking through, there's lines like Calvary rep there, but sometimes I'd find like people, as students would mark, okay, the source of the student is a friend, and then they write down the name and it was like Coach Regier or Tim Hange. That's cool. That means people view faculty and staff as their friends and they're submitting them as the source being their friend instead of a Calvary rep. So faculty and staff, really important. I just wanted to share that. I like data. Here's the next step of the process. So after someone shows interest in coming to the school, we encourage them to apply. What that looks like from our perspective is we send automated emails, communication plans is what we call them, and we call them over and over again. We try to encourage them to come for a visit, and a new piece of this process is we want to send prospects who are very promising, we want to send their contact information to relevant faculty and staff who want to interact with them. Tim Hange, a special thank you to you and the Faculty Admissions Task Force, but we're building processes now to make that more fluid, more automated. What does it look like to get the information for a prospective student in your hands so you can call them and say, come to Calvary? Because the reality is the best person to seal the deal for getting a student to come here is the faculty member from their department they're interested in, right? You tracking with me? Great, let's keep going. At that point, the students will start an application. Sometimes students will start applications out of the blue, and that's actually how we get their prospect information. That's great when that happens, but we often have personal touches as our first point of contact. Then they finish their application, but maybe they still need transcripts or references in. At that point, the students go into something called the Admissions Acceptance Committee. And so a group of relevant faculty and staff and admissions counselors will review that student's application for admission. At that point, if they go through the process, they are accepted. And if they register for classes, they are enrolled. That's a really brief overview. These notes are in the PowerPoint, and I'm happy and totally willing to talk you through this process anytime you're interested. The more interconnected we are as a school, the more efficiently we run, right? And so as much as you all want to be involved in the admissions process, I mean, that's so helpful. So we want to encourage you to look into doing that. Okay, so let's talk numbers really quick. 3 months ago, we walked into the admissions department, coming from various departments, and we sat down and we had a couple days of training and we went for it. And so at that point, the numbers that I was left from the previous team was a prediction of 240 students, with 81 of those being new students. As of this morning, we're at 253 students with 87 new students. So we're very happy with that. We're still reaching for more, though. Our personal goal in our department is 267 students. We are 13 away. Right now, in the pipeline that I just walked you through, we call this the pipeline. We have 25 students who have been accepted, right? They're in that step 6 part that haven't registered yet. Some of these are recently accepted. Some of these are not. When we came into the department, there were a massive amount of dead leads in the system. Those have all been cleaned away. So I really, really want to take a moment and appreciate the people who have walked through with this. One is Ruth Grimm, has been incredible. Can we give her a hand? Yeah, been you and me since day one. So, she is the brain of the department. She keeps things moving. She keeps students and prospects, accepted, whatever, going through the committee. She is what we call the admission systems coordinator. She understands this system better than I do, right? Which is good. Second person I want to thank, Carissa Cheddar, who has stepped in as our lead counselor for the summer, who has done an incredible job. Can we give her a hand? Carissa worked really hard on not just getting students through this pipeline, which she worked very hard on and did a great job. She's also helped with a variety of projects. She made this PowerPoint. And so just some incredible stuff. Some people who aren't here, Julie Vanderwoudy is a student worker. She worked 39 hours a week, right, throughout the summer. And she's a rock star. I mean, she is incredible. And her work, we could not have gotten to where we are without that. Can we give her a hand, even though she's not here? And then Alex Stone, he clocked in 12 hours each week as another student worker, helping us get some marketing pieces off the ground and also helping us run pipeline. So a quick round of applause for him, too. So we still have a lot of work to do. We're still rebuilding a lot of processes within the department, but we are optimistic and we are happy and we are excited. And that excitement is infectious to students, and it's important we share that, right? Ultimately, though, I mean, by the grace of God, we have the numbers where they are, right? It's not at all just our work. It's not just the people in the department. It is His grace. And then, in addition, just so many people have come alongside, professionals in the school, outside of the school, giving so many resources and time and insight. It's just been incredible, the support we've had. So, numbers, pipeline, we tracking? Cool. Going to just share with you a few more quick things. You can't see this well, but what this is the first email is the email that students are sent when they submit an application to Calvary University. It says, your application with Calvary University. The second email was the first email of a part of a series of automated emails for a communication plan every prospect has been sending. We have changed these to look more like this. That's Carissa. Minor, well, this is a big change, but minor changes like this push us where we need to go, because that stands out to a student in their inbox, right? That's just an example of what we're working on. There are some issues with the applications that we are currently reevaluating and fixing. Tim, like I said, is helping with the Faculty Admissions Task Force. If you want to be a part of the great work that God is doing, that I see the work he's doing in admissions, if you want to be a part of that, please talk to Tim. Please climb on board. We want your help. We really want it, and your help is invaluable. A few more things. Marketing. We've started an Instagram account. That's pretty massive because that's where students 18 to 22 are. I'm trying to market through there more. We've started these monthly newsletters that will be going out, looking similar aesthetically to this communication letter email you see in front of you. Here's another thing that we've done. People ask to borrow stuff from the admissions department often. Maybe this is a backdrop. Maybe this is a flyer for a certain department, whatever it is. We now have a request form. This is in the, Jillian, what is it called? Forms you fill out? She's not here. It's in the forms you fill out file in OneDrive. If you need anything, please fill that out, and so we can populate our calendar so we can track things better. When I came in, we didn't know where all the material was, and we had to track it down. Okay, so we don't want to lose anything like that anymore. Okay, one more piece, engaging prospects. This is just a quick word on where I want to go and how we're engaging people both locally and abroad. We've had one annual Calvary Days event a year. We're looking to build 3. We can't only have one, and we need everyone's help with that. It's going to take a long time to build a lot of the things I'm about to say. I'm not saying in 1 year we're going to just do all this, but just so you know, what I'm working on is we need students on campus that converts prospects into students. Like that is an industry standard. If prospective high school students come on campus and they engage and they connect and they see it, it helps. It helps so much with converting them into actual students. So we're looking at doing multiple Calvary Days events, 3 major events. It'll take a while to make that. Looking at making a early college mixer event. Let's see how we can get early college students more involved and connected. We're looking at schools and churches locally, for sure, a stronger emphasis on that. We're also building plans to target not just Kansas City, but Topeka, Omaha, Wichita, and Lincoln, and then ultimately St. Louis as well. That's where I want to target. Schools and churches have been identified. It's a matter of getting people there and speaking in these schools and churches. And then fairs and expos. There's a lot of local Christian fairs and expos in our denominational wheelhouse that we have not tapped into, that we want to go and represent at. And then again, the same places that we have been representing at: Creation College Expo, Midwest Christian, Great Homeschool Convention. So those are the things in my peripheral. We'll take any support we can. If you have resources, data, I'm a big numbers guy. I like to operate off numbers because numbers are helpful, right? Send it my way. So that's overview of admissions and what we're doing. Okay. Thank you. Yes, for sure. Yeah.
hello. So I think I've met most people here already. There's a few of you still out there I don't recognize exactly, but looking forward to meeting all of you. First off, I just want to be thankful for this opportunity as the athletic director and head men's basketball coach at this institution. I haven't had a chance to thank Dr. Granados, so I want to thank him publicly for the opportunity, also the hiring team, and even Jeanette Rieger, who's not here as well. But really looking forward to the opportunity to influence as much as I can through the grace of Christ in our athletic program. So really looking forward to doing that, which means a lot of thanks is going to be on my end. I don't have a pretty PowerPoint behind me, but I'll try to give some pretty words here to our program, and hopefully that will be suffice. So a big part of our program is our coaches. We know that. And I just want to kind of introduce them. You guys probably know them, but I still want to talk about them a little bit. I know volleyball has started. Coach Wilkes, JoJo Wilkes over here is doing a great job with that. That's not the only task that she's doing. We put together a social media platform here to try to upgrade our social media, which is a work in progress, trying to see what balance we want to have on there. We got 5 places we're tackling into, even LinkedIn. We say, well, why LinkedIn? That's professional. Yeah, it's professional. That's exactly right. We want this to be a college that is professional. We also want to be a place where we're seen on LinkedIn. A lot of people going on LinkedIn, and we want to be seen there. The other thing is on obviously Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and now YouTube, mainly doing YouTube Shorts. Now, this generation of the phone generation, the 15-second hits, we know that YouTube Shorts is going to be a big following, so we want to make sure we're hitting that. But JoJo and I, we got together, got a plan together, and she's our social media coordinator. We also have assistant for her, Brianna. I don't know her last name, but Brianna, who's helping out. And we have Haley Arneson, who is doing the assisting with the social media. She'll also be helping me a little bit with stats during the basketball season, so she'll be helping out in the athletic department a little bit as well. With our soccer team, where is Jake over there? Yeah, Waldo, right? In the red, too. Jake has done a great job for us as well. We've had our soccer boys working hard. Right now they're doing 3-a-days. Our numbers, we want to continue to build our numbers. Jake and I have been looking at ways to improve the recruiting. Really excited about what holds in the future, some areas we're going to tap into. So our soccer program right now will be recruiting on campus. I think it's been like that the last couple of years, but we want to go into the next season kind of changing that mentality, having our soccer program where it wants to be. And Jake and I have had some discussions about that, but he's doing a great job with these guys. Great core group with the soccer team. I just met those boys. This soccer team, some excellent young men, so I'm really excited about what they're going to bring to the table. Obviously, our women's basketball coach, Robbie Bollinger, has done a great job, has done a lot of things to establish his program last couple years. Also is helping out with strength and conditioning. So the coaches are kind of coordinating with what they want, what he's got in plan, and kind of coming together and getting the right plan. So we're really coordinating together and working together to try to get the right plan for our strength and conditioning. And then obviously men's basketball, athletic director. We're building our program of basketball. We're trying to get the right fit, right? The Christ-centered and competitive mentality. So those players that are coming in, we'll talk about that in a second. And then Brooklyn Workentine, I think is her name, Workentine. She has been phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal as a sidekick to help in the athletic department. And so I have her about 20 hours a week, and she's utilizing it. So we're trying to get her to help, and she's done a phenomenal job catching on quick, learning about athletics, but she's got all the other stuff down. She's doing all the other stuff, and she's learning quick. So really excited about having her as an assistant, AD, if you will, in that department, and she's doing an excellent job. I want to talk about the vision a little bit. As we think about the athletic program, where we want the athletic program to go, you heard me say it, and you'll hear me say it again, Christ-centered and competitive. Bridging that gap. Oftentimes, people will try to make that a contradiction. We're not going to do that in our program. It's going to be Christ-centered yet competitive. And how do we bridge that? Well, we got to get 1% better each day. What does the Lord require of us each day? To be sanctified, right? To be sanctified in Him. So when we talk about being sanctified, we want our players on the court, yes, to be sanctified spiritually, but on the court, we want them to get better 1%. In the academic realm, 1%. You'll hear me say this again, 2%, potentially 5% in the academic side of things as well. We talked about the 5 C's. I'm not going to regurgitate all of that because I did that a couple days back, but I do want to just hint on them real quick. And the 5 C's are, one is in the church. We want our kids to be in a local church. That's going to be one of the expectations, to have a local church. I know that coincides with what we're already doing. But a local church is something that all of our kids need. We need it to grow in the body. We want our kids also to have that mentality where they know that there's a body, there's a shepherd over them that can shepherd them, and they have a home that they can go to and be fed the Word of God. The other place is the classroom. We want the standards to be high. Our coaches will have some standards set. We'll have our baseline set. We talked about progress reports, what we're trying to do in the academic side of things. So we'll be sending out progress reports and getting those out 3 times per 8 weeks. So they'll get it 6 times throughout that semester. And we'll look at those dates. I think we passed those dates around the other day. Chapel's the other thing, making sure that our kids are engaged in chapel. I know the phone has the Bible on it. I'm aware of that. But it also has a whole lot of other stuff on it as well. So one of the things that we're going to implement with our athletic department is to let our players know that it's an expectation that you'd have your Bible in chapel. And so I know this is a generation where the phone is in the hand. Last 20 years, it's one of those things we've had. And when they come to my basketball practice, they won't have a phone in hand. They'll have a basketball some, but they won't have a phone in hand. And in that same mentality, we want to bring that to chapel, all right, and make that expectation with our athletes. And so now there is grace there, obviously. We would have grace toward that, but ultimately we want them to value the Word of God, to value the Word of God. 2 Timothy 3:16, all Scripture is given by inspiration for doctrine, correction, rebuke, and training in righteousness, so that every person may be equipped. They need the Word of God. That's something we all need to be equipped in, is the Word of God. So that'd be an expectation we bring. On the court, we won't shy away from competing. I think that's been something that, the competitive side of things, we want to try to up the competitive level. And I think if we say we love Jesus and we say that on the court, it's okay if we lose, we need to be careful. We need to be careful when we say that. It's okay if we lose. And I'm not saying that's a mentality that's been here, but it is something we want to break if it is. And that competitive mentality, that Christ-centered, that bridge, I'm going to mention it again, probably will mention it one more time, but bridging those two together, bringing Christ-centered yet competitiveness to our programs. And then in the community, which we talked about, and I think we're doing a great job here. Where's Danita at? I've had a meeting with her. Our coaches all met with Danita. We had a good discussion there. I know she's going to be in Greece. Is that where you're going? So she's headed to Greece, and she'll be out for our athletic expectation. But when you get back, I want you to meet with our athletes. It's practical ministries. We shouldn't have any students failing practical ministries. We should have every athlete engaged in that particular class. So we want to come behind you and help implement that in the athletic department and make sure that we're upholding that expectation as well. So community is going to be important. We're disciples in-house. We're evangelicals outside the house. Disciples here, evangelicals. I told the story the other day. I won't regurgitate it too much, but I did have a fan call me out of the blue. And that fan called me from a school that, of all the teams that reach out me, and there's a bunch, to want to play, right? They want to play Calvary, right? These D2s, and they want to play us because they feel like it's a W. So, but one of them was Lincoln. And Coach Sanders says, whatever you do, don't play Lincoln. They beat us by 175. Don't play Lincoln. They're just going to run the score up. Well, lo and behold, this guy wants to remain anonymous, so I won't give his name. But lo and behold, this fan called me out of the blue and said, whatever the school pays you, we'll match. I called up Coach Sanders and said, hey, I got something for you. I called him, I said, you're going to love this, all right? Brace yourself. Lincoln, a fan called from there and said that one of our players from our institution spoke to them. shared the gospel with them, discipled with them. And now they're saved, going to church all the time, okay? We can clap on that, praise God, right? I mean, that, so he was elated over there. I was like, oh, so now we have to play them, coach, you know? So, not this year, though. So, but we will play Lincoln, and that fan was really, really, really excited about that player. So, ultimately, we want to grow in Christ and remain ultra competitive. Grow in Christ, remain ultra competitive. That's what we want to do in our programs, all our athletic programs. There's 3 ways coaches do things, okay? Some coaches say it's about winning, all right? And it's about winning at all costs. Some coaches say it's about having fun. You know, you got to just have fun, right? And then there's the other side of that, the third side, which is about developing each day, getting better and better. So you can probably guess where I fall in this. Yes, winning is important to me. Developing's going to be most important to me. It's not win at all costs, it's develop and get better. You lose, you can learn. You win, you can learn. Sometimes we win, we didn't play good, we can learn as much from that. You know, we didn't play good. I'm, you know, a little startled by our play and a win, right? But we can learn from both, whether win or lose. And if you are developing, and before I get to that, on the fun side of things, it can't be pragmatic. If whatever brings you to the program is going to keep you in the program. Whatever brings you to a church is going to keep you in that church. Whatever brings you to the school is going to keep you in a school. We don't want it to be about pragmatism. It needs to be about principle. Why are we here? Not forgetting that we're here to grow in the Lord, first and foremost, or we want to know the Lord more, which means the Lord's already at work in somebody's heart, right? That I want to know who this Lord is, who this Christ is. So the fun and entertainment, we'll have fun, but here's the deal. If you're developing and getting better, having fun takes care of itself, and winning takes care of itself in time. Winning takes care of itself. So we'll be about developing each day, getting better, that 1% as we talked about. The Lord has been good. Let me be very, very clear. Nothing is accomplished apart from God's divine decree in anything. Nothing. So everything that's happening here is for a reason. It's for a reason. I believe everything that's happening here is for a reason. And, you know, it's in different departments. You can just see it. Plain as day in each department. Every single department I see it. And people I'm talking to face to face. I just love the interactions, what I'm hearing. And, but the Lord is at work. And it's His hand. He's provided a lot of changes in such a short amount of time. I've only been here, seems like I've been here a long time. But I've been here maybe 2.5 months, okay, going on 3. So, but a lot has taken place. I've had flights out of here and stuff too, so a lot of stuff has taken place in a short amount of time, and only God could provide these things that have taken place. So I'm very grateful for all that's being accomplished by and through Him. I want to talk about some changes. That's what I want to talk about. So, and I want to give some thanks as I do that. So the academic expectations and the communication, I believe, will get better with the athletics. We want to continue to develop. I've talked to Ian. I've got a great relationship with Jennifer over here. We've had great discussions on players and getting acquainted. We've had discussions across the board with different faculty that's here, and look forward to more of those dialogues as we go through. But I really feel like that's going to be important. I addressed some of the academic expectations at the last meeting, so I won't dive into all that. But we also want to establish a more accountable budget within our program, so our coaches kind of know what to expect. You know, I've worked diligently with Tasha. We've talked some, Jolene as well, and even Kathy. I don't know where Kathy's at, Kathy as well. So we've kind of did a trio there of trying to work to see what works best. And we've implemented some debit cards for our specific accounts, which I think will really, really help. And then have a general fund that we have something that goes into, plus our general budget, if you will. So it's going to help kind of streamline a little more on the top end. It's going to seem like it's over managing, but I actually think it's going to be managing itself. And so we're excited about that and having that accountability. So painting, a lot of painting at our gym right now. A lot of painting. And I got to thank some people. First, I'd like to thank the Edge fam. Thank my wife for allowing me to stay up some hours through the night. and also my kids who've really been diligent in helping out. My kids have stayed around. They just did little things. You wouldn't know they're there, but they're doing those little things turn into big things. You know how it works. And so I want to thank them and my wife who made the sacrifice to allow me to get some of that done. A lot of stuff there. Jennifer and Alan Perdell, who came late at night one night, really appreciate you guys. Robbie, who helped out some. John, appreciate your help as well with some of the painting. The floors, Roger Neer at Con Carpet has donated us flooring. Praise God. And so we got all that flooring put in. Really worked a good deal with us as far as getting it put in as well. So we got the floor plus a good deal on getting it installed. Really excited about that. But big thanks to Roger, and we'll write him a big note from all our programs and make sure we thank him. Want to thank Dave Vandenberg. Came in and I threw like 10 things at him and he just knocked them out one after another. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, and Dave is worked diligently on the walls, the toilets he's removed, put them back in, coverings, lots of stuff in there, and even he gave me the opportunity to hear some of his classical country music. I enjoyed that as well. Hey, I'm fine with that. I'm from Kentucky. I'm good. You know, we're good. So love that. He's done a great job with the racquetball room door. Robbie is currently working on that. Been diligent in getting that finished. I think we're finishing up this week. So we're excited about that. And also the Student Senate. Josh Johnson, appreciate you guys also helping out with the funds for that, with that door. It's going to be huge for our program to be able to put stuff through that door, to get all that stuff off the court during games for volleyball and the like. Want to thank the cords that got organized around the gym. And so Nathan, appreciate you coming in and handling that, getting the cords. We're walking around the scoreboard and we're stepping on cords, tripping, and so we got that stuff kind of organized. Just little things turn into big things. And want to thank Dan, where's Dan at? This man works really, really hard, comes in, I know what he's doing, he does what he says he's going to do, always gives me a few comments too, gives me little tidbits, I like those as well. But the rebolting of the gym rims that we're about to come down, they're shaking. We got new bolts in each one of those goals. So praise God for that as well. Thank you, Dan, for helping out getting that in. Huddle and the wires, the IT team is about to come, so I want to thank Aaron and also Daniel, sorry, my mind. Daniel and Aaron, and also Dave, who will help out with that as Huddle comes in. And then the entrance rug with the Student Senate and the drying floor mats. Thank the Student Senate for that, and Josh. So a lot of thanks from me on this end. We're wanting to, again, upgrade our recruiting. Men's basketball right now has 9 players. We'll have another one join us in the spring. It'll be 10. We got 6 returners. Again, it's about getting the right kids and the right fit in this program. We want kids that love the Lord, but also have a heart that shows the fruit that it's been open, that they want to be here. And so lots of secondary things that I just pointed out, the floors and all that stuff, but that's not what brings you to Calvary. It's secondary to the primary. And so we want to make sure that our program, they know that the reason they're coming here is because of the Lord. We had the VIP. We mentioned this at the VIP, that ultimately those girls were there. Yeah, these floors are great. You know, we've got music if you play in there, all that emotional stuff. But here's the deal. Why are we here? It's because of Christ. And so bringing in the right one. Lastly, I'm going to finish with this, okay? We got to resist complacency. That's all in our genes because of the fall. Resist complacency. Our goal in the athletic department is to grow in Christ. It's sanctification. Another goal is that we would strive to be better than yesterday in what we're practicing. Practice makes a habit. Whatever you practice, it's going to become a habit. It makes a habit. Good habits, bad habits. That's what we want to put in, is good habits. There's, a big part of having habits is enablers. We're one of them. We're probably one. There's one around every corner. We're one of them. We enable ourselves to be complacent. So we have to guard against that. Our pride, our hearts are ready to do that. So we're not going to run from a strong discipline, strong accountability. spiritually, academically, and athletically. 3 E's we'll look to eliminate: entitlement, enablement, and excuses. Okay? I'm sure you've never dealt with any of those here. 3 E's we want to instill, though. Let me talk about the positive. It's effort, efficiency, and earn it. And earn it. There's one thing we can't earn is salvation. Everything else is free game to earn. We want to earn it. So there's a visions here to build a championship athletic program, but there's challenges ahead. I can tell you that. There's going to be. But we're going to build. We're going to grow. We're going to build again. We're going to grow again. All right, we're going to fall. I'm going to fail some of you. You're going to fail me. We're going to fail the students, right? They're going to fail us, right? But we have the same Lord of reconciliation. So as long as we have the mentality we're heading in the right direction, we're going to be good. So excited to be here. Look forward to being your athletic director, head men's basketball coach, and thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you all, the presenters. Appreciate it. And we're now getting to that time of the afternoon where lunch is kicking in, right? But hey, beloved, we have a little bit more to go, and I'm going to try to be as fast and efficient as I can be. We get to that fun part of numbers. Numbers. All about the fun numbers. But this is important. Look, I do live in a world that numbers are important and do matter to me. But I don't look at just numbers. You know, those numbers actually represent people and the impact that we get to make. And that's the reality behind all those numbers. Each dollar that we are able to raise signifies an ability for us to do the things that the Lord has called us to do here. So when we process those donations, when we're looking at budgets and all of that, there are people that are behind that and that are impacted or blessed in many ways by all the things that we do. So I want to talk to you just a little bit. You've heard some of it, but obviously share that from the financial office side. I will talk about that also from a president's perspective. And I have about 3 reports, and I'm going to try to put them all kind of together, and then we will be dismissed, which would be nice. But let me begin by saying that some of the things that we have been involved in, you know, the Lord about 3 years ago, or so I would say, when we were kind of beginning to talk about the process of me applying to come to Calvary, eventually go through the process of interviewing and all of that, I began to learn a little bit more about Calvary University. There's a lot of things that you can learn about an institution. For us who have been involved in higher education, you quickly go to all the important sites. So like I do know where the student outcomes information, you can go get it from or search for it on the website. I know all the government sites where you can go and you start looking into the picture of what this institution is. Obviously, it's very different when you get to look from the outside than it is when you look on the inside. I'm able to see all of the information about the taxes that are filed, and therefore, to some degree, the health, the state of the institution. I knew right away that when I looked at Calvary, this job was beyond my capability. So when I interviewed with the board, I was very clear, this job, what excites me about it, this ministry opportunity, is that I believe that yes, I possess the gifts to come in and be able to help, but let's be crystal clear. This is beyond my actual capacity. That is a great place to be, because right away you know that it doesn't depend on you, right? If we understand the words of the Lord, right, we all know John 15. We know John, but we know John 15, right, 5, right? The reality of I'm the vine, we are the branches. What it also goes on to say is what? We can do nothing without him. Nothing without him. Part of our theme as an institution is one that we are active, we practice active dependency. I'm good at what I do, not because I'm that good, it's because I'm blessed to be gifted by God who provides those gifts. It's not even me, it's this God who has given those gifts. Same reality is in you. Now, as we have those gifts, there are many wonderful people of God who actually speak into our lives, invest their very lives, and help us to mature those gifts. And as much as it's wonderful to utilize them, and we see the fruit, and we bear the fruit, even as John 15 says, we see that fruit, but we never forget that no matter how gifted we are, how wonderful that is, how much education or experience, at the end of it all, as much as we are actively doing the things that God has gifted us and called us to do, it is still a dependency because we cannot do it without him. The gifts that we have is because of him. The joy and ability to utilize them is because of him. The fruit is because of him. Everything is because of him, but we practice active dependency. So, the reality then of assuming the role of coming to be a president was an understanding that there were going to be some financial situations that we were going to have to deal with. So I want you to understand that some of the things that we have been working on, at least for the 2.5 years that I have been the president, is to deal with a lot of the issues that we've had historically for many years. I had told the Board of Trustees that it would take us, under the best of conditions, about 6 years to completely redo all of our admissions process, all of our financial process. It takes a long time, and if you understand the cycle of finances and admissions and all of that, it's about a 6-year cycle. Right? That's why when we look at graduation rates and all of that, it's about a 6-year cycle. But I told them that it would be actually, under the best of conditions, it would take us 6 years. We don't have 6 years. So we knew that we needed to expedite the process as much as we could, and we also were not in the best of conditions. Coming into Calvary, the financial state of Calvary was that we were already under financial monitoring because of a composite score that was below what is the actual standard. So that in many ways provided for us certain financial challenges moving forward as an institution. It's wonderful when you receive property like the Colorado property, and we rejoice. But you book it for such a large amount, and then when you sell it, you have to show then an actual loss. So that hurt us profoundly, and why we had the composite score that we had. Now, the good news is that we still are trying to get the composite scores updated, but the last one that we had obviously puts us above the financial where we need to be, and we have made obviously progress in the last 2 years, and we'll talk a little bit about that. So a lot of the activity that you have seen and have heard of is we just finished a Veterans Affairs audit that we had to do. We're going to be in the process of doing a financial aid audit. I mean, in a sense, we always have to do that. Every year we receive financial aid. Every year we have to be audited. So you need to understand that the finance office is very much involved with all of that. And then we have our institutional audit that, again, we have to do every single year. So if you're trying to get something out of the finance office, please understand that this month, right around August, is a very busy time trying to put together a lot of reports, a lot of conversations that go on with the auditor, and therefore they're very much involved in that whole process. Now, once that is done, then the auditors will take the work, and then they'll get to work, and when they're done with that, then there will be probably more follow-up questions and things to do. So please understand, again, our office, and particularly Tasha, would be very tied up with some of those things. So if you need something, just expect a little delay, maybe, as much as she's trying to work very diligently to get to that process. Right. Clear as mud? So I want to let us know a little bit about kind of how we finished the year. And John shared in many ways the miraculous way in how the Lord provided for us. One of the things in the practice of active dependency is that we knew with the Board of Trustees that we needed to actually take a very proactive stance to try to deal with the fact that our institution had for many years been operating in budgets that were not balanced budgets. Now, I want you to also understand this. Every time we set a budget, I chuckled because it's only balanced until we do the audit and we figure out whether we were balanced or not. We set forward every year with a prayerful expectation of the students that will come in and that will be able to pay their tuition and room and board. And we also move forward with a joyous expectation to see the steward investors who will provide the resources that we will need. But we wanted to change, right, some of the processes that we had because it's very tempting that when you put together a budget where you see that your ability to raise money or your ability to bring in the students, that you just put in expected income, a couple of more zeros in there so that it, quote, balances it, right? So that practice ended 2.5 years ago. Because I told the board that I was not going to do that, that I would always present to them what would be an actual, genuine budget. Whether if it was, they would see the good, the bad, and the ugly. It's not about projecting unrealistic numbers that then later on we found out we never met those goals. So in that respect, I had to start working with the cabinet and with the Board of Trustees to get a handle on our actual budget. So that's why we have made the budgetary adjustments that we had to make. You cannot continue to run an institution that year after year can easily run a deficit of, on an average, about $2 million. If we are going to teach our students about proper biblical worldview, about stewardship and all of that, and particularly, I'll be a little bit more specific. If I'm going to teach in our business department and I'm going to teach them about principles of ethical leadership, and I'm going to teach my students here at Calvary about budgeting and good stewardship and all of that, and they'll hear that in the classroom from me, and then they ask the question, and then, Mr. President, that's nice, right? As our professor, you say that, but then as the president, what are we doing with our institution to practice what you just taught us in the classroom? Clear as mud? So one of the things is we need to make sure that obviously the great things that we teach in the classroom, we are also be faithful to apply to our very own institution, or else we're actually creating our worst critics or our biggest critics, because they will see that there is a difference from the reality of what we, quote, preach and teach to what we actually do. So one of the things that we had to very quickly make adjustments about was trying to get a handle on a budget and a budget process that had that had to be addressed. And we began to make those adjustments. Now, there's been a lot of bad things during COVID, and there's been some good things during COVID. During COVID, because the government was providing so many resources, so much funding, many of our institutions were blessed and helped by those resources that came. And therefore, right now, most of the institutions that did not make it out of COVID is because they did not prepare for when the government funding would come to an end. And it was eventually going to come to an end. So many institutions did not make the necessary budgetary adjustments to be able to survive post-COVID. Sadly, that's why we hear of many institutions that are hurting. That's why, to some extent, the federal government is requiring that most institutions provide provisional plans, because they want to ensure that schools are getting their budgets in order to be able to provide a sustainable model and not going to actually have massive closures like we keep on seeing from schools. And ultimately it's because they struggle to exercise the self-discipline to present realistic budgets. It's painful. It's painful. But if we don't make those adjustments, there is absolutely no future for us. And the schools that struggle to do that, that's why they're closing. We had to take certain steps to address the fact that we didn't want to be one of those schools. We wanted to be a school that would be faithful and would actually continue to be in operation. What we have to report is that when we actually looked at our budget, we did finish the 21-22 in the black, right? It was about $430,000 in the black, right? That's why also our composite score, or what we can, for our understanding, layman's term, is probably our credit rating as an institution, right? So our credit rating did go up. And that helps, again, to finish a year in the black. Now, this year that we just finished, we are projecting to finish again in the black, right? And now that number, as much as I put actual and I put a little star, is because it's actual as of when I put that in there. But it could actually go up or it could go down, right? And it actually went up, and we're at the 519 or something like that. So sometimes it's just as we work with the auditors on some of the cleanup of our actual financials, it may go up as 570, right? So that's very very commendable. But again, part of the reason why you also will see that number is because we were working to receive that employee retention credit. Again, one of the things that we did do to keep Calvary open is that to keep our institution going, we burned through whatever savings we had. That's why cash flow was so tight, because we chose to stay open and to keep paying our faculty and staff, and therefore we had no reserves. The government then decided, when we kept on asking to please update our composite score to, in a sense, to do away with the previous score that we had, that from before I got here, chose to take a closer look and then began a series of what could be debated as punitive actions. So we were obviously dealing with a lot of tax issues where the government wanted certain requirements, and we had to obtain a letter of credit, which we were able to do and secure that through Arvest Bank, and therefore to, in a sense, answer the government's going concern, which I felt was horrible that they would request a letter of credit when they owed our institution $1.2 million. But very grateful, and grateful for a lot of the work of the staff, and particularly John, who led the charge in trying to work through all those issues with the federal government. Y'all need to understand, when I walked away from law school and ran off to go to seminary, as my family believed, right, that they would say, what a waste of all your economics and political science education and all of that. Let me tell you, it is not wasted. The joy of serving our institution is I get to utilize all of those things for the advancement of our institution. But where we stand today is that we finished the 22-23 year in the black. which that will help with our actual composite score, or again, credit rating. All right, so it puts us in that good standing. And it's good to be in that place and to have our reserves back. With that said, that doesn't mean now it's like, let's start spending money and all that. We need to practice some fiscal responsibility. And the reality of what we are now facing is that when we look realistically at our student enrollment, and the challenge that we had a culture at Calvary where we very quickly went to the early college. And it's nice to look at headcount, and we could have said at some time that we were approaching the 400, right? And we were giving our education away. So our business model of really what we were doing was counting a lot of early college and not recruiting more of our traditional undergrad and graduate students. And then discounting our education heavily. And from a business model, we could say there was a lot of numbers, but not a whole lot of paying customers. And the challenge of that, again, from a chief financial officer perspective or the finance office, is that's not a good thing to have. So we obviously have made a drastic change on that, to be able to focus ourselves on, yes, we continue to have the dual enrollment or early college, but we are also very much trying to invest in our undergraduate student population and then in our graduate and growing our PhD. From an enrollment standpoint, we're still lagging in the undergraduate numbers, but where we are being very successful is in the graduate and PhD program. We've actually surpassed our enrollment goals. Now, I also want you to understand that part of what I do is I interact with VPs of enrollment, CFOs, and other institutions. As a president, I need to know what all is happening, not just here, but outside, and I interact with senior leadership of a lot of other institutions. We're actually not in a bad place. Where most schools are also seeing growth of their enrollment is in the graduate education. So we're going to probably lean in a little bit harder in that realm, but we cannot neglect the undergraduate. But we need to understand that there's a lot to be gained in that graduate level. And it's encouraging because we're seeing those numbers grow. But that also is a lot of work that has gone into many people, many faculty helping to grow that. Right? Because I remember what Dr. Gramacki said at the beginning of the summer, I'm going to go get 5. Right? And how many do we have more? We have, well, actually 6. We have 6 in the PhD. So we kind of thought, well, 5 is going to be very ambitious, and we have 6. But those are very, very good things. Again, how does that mean in terms of the finances? Because each and every one of those students do represent, actually, yes, some resources that will come into the institution. So as we plan and as we budget, I want you to understand, we have now an actual projected budget for this coming year that now better aligns with what is reality. And we are expecting and anticipating revenues to be just a little bit north of $4 million. And then we are expecting that our expenses will be just above the $4 million. So what we have, that would be our projected net income, is about $12,000. That's not a whole lot of wiggle room, right? It isn't. It isn't. If I start looking already at what we have spent already in July, there's usually unexpected charges that come. But I also know that there's always unexpected blessings that in many ways we do expect those blessings to come. But I want you to know and to understand is that if we were looking at a projection of about 240 students, you cannot keep creating a budget like if you were going to have 300 students. You just can't do that. You also cannot look at the fact that if our institution can raise about $1.2, $1.3 million a year, you have to learn to live within those means. You cannot then create a budget where you're hoping that although we know we have a capacity to raise about 1.2, 1.3 million, let me put 2 million. And then at the end of the year, Tasha, what happens? Yes, yes. And the reality of that is that we, again, have to learn to live within those. That's why looking specifically at our student enrollment, projections, all of those things is very important. And now what we are seeing that's encouraging, though, is that from a projections of our giving is going up, and student enrollment is probably going to be taking a good upswing coming up. No pressure. No pressure. But I want you to be thoughtful and prayerful, and I'll say this, not just talking about the finance side, but as a president. Because you've heard me, many of you have heard me say, we don't get out of this unless we all understand that each and every one of us is here to help recruit students and student investors. We all must work together to make this happen. Active while we're dependent on the Lord. One of the great things, right, of this wonderful ministry is that while I will applaud and say to Chris, well done in the last 3 months, and we will hit our targets and surpass them and all of that, I also remind Chris that both admissions and development live under a very specific rule. Every July 1, it starts back at 0. Not even 1. You start back at 0. And whatever we had done the year before is wonderful, but now we're back at 0. That is the reality of our task. So as we move forward and think through this, is that if we all work together, right? I know with John, I know with Billy, right? At least 1% better. Can we improve 1%? The reality of our lives as Christians is that there's a constant reality of change and transformation. That's the truth of progressive sanctification. Every day we are to grow and mature, at least aim to. Can we get better? At least 1%, 1% better. This is the reality of a budget that after a lot of discussion with the board and as a cabinet, we believe was a more realistic in terms of where our enrollment number is and our capacity to raise money. That's why we also made all the budgetary adjustments that we made so that we learn to live within our means. And then anything above that is that icing on that cake and that cherry on top or whatever it is. Yes? And prayerfully while we're moving. Keep all this information, obviously, in prayer, because like I also said, this is projected. This is a balanced budget, but it's only as balanced as we can get the students, as we can raise the money, and as we are disciplined to keep our expenditures in proper control, okay? So we need your help. We need your help as the Calvary family to make sure that we endeavor to stay within the parameters of this budget. Any questions about budgets or anything that I've shared in terms of finances? Yes, sir. John, you want to? His question is that the total revenue is also with the expectation of what will come in through development in donations. Total revenue means total revenue. It means tuition. It means money we're going to raise, any rent, anything. Every single penny we believe is going to come in.
So the number I'm responsible for inside the 4 million is 1.3. Last year, also included another gift of 100,000. More of those left. To replace that income. To really stair step, I'm actually 1.4 well past the target of last year.
One of the again, the things that we, so for example, what I've said, I could have easily just told the board it's going to be $2 million. But if I actually have factual data that says that our institution has not been able to raise that kind of money, why would I do that? Why would I do that? It would be irresponsible. It would lack integrity. And that was my promise to the board, that I would, look, I like pie, but I don't like pie in the sky. I like pie on the table, right? I like a good cheesecake, right? Lemon meringue, a little coconut, something like that. But I don't want to create expectations and things that are unrealistic. And then it becomes horribly demoralizing when you don't meet those goals. And then while we begin to create an institution that almost every summer goes into a crisis and has to start making all kinds of budgetary adjustments. I'd rather be in a position where we make the challenging decisions and we learn that discipline of living within those means. And then if more comes in, we are able to do more rather than to have to come back and keep on making adjustments. That creates a horrible, horrible, demoralizing and fatiguing. Again, Dr. Washington, again, we would teach our students in the business department, don't do that. That's a lack of integrity. If you want to be an emotional, intelligent leader, you think about the experience of your actual employees and your people, because that becomes very brutal. Very, very brutal. No, we talk about about treating our students like adults. You are adults. And we need to be able to have these conversations and very honest with you. You know, we don't wake up in the morning saying, all right, how can I make life difficult? I love me some Calvary folk, but how can we make life difficult? We don't do that. I mean, at prayer, do we do that? Any prayer requests? Anybody have a good idea on how we can make things harder? No, we don't do that. But life is hard, and there are realities of life. And therefore, if we don't bring in the students, that impacts our budget. If we're not able to raise the money, that impacts our budget. You know, I've said to people, oh, well, you know, 2 or 3 people die every year and they'll leave us in a state. Unless you know who those people are and how much money we have in their estate and you have an expiration date. For those of you who haven't been in the medical, they call it when somebody expired, right? Then they say they died in the medical, they expired. I'm not trying to be chicky, but that is how they say it. Unless you have that or you have a hit list, all right? It's like you're ready to be with Jesus, and we need part of your settlement of your estate. But again, to some extent, we can't budget out of those things. This is also why, you know, when I first got here, I said we need to build the wall of sustainability, and that's why we've worked hard to create faithful monthly donors so that you actually know that's your wall of sustainability. It's very easy as a president to want to go deep sea fishing and get the big fish, the $150,000. That took 2 years. The reality of our financial stability is built on those faithful saints that might actually send us $25, right? Or $5. Hey, give up that Cracpuccino at Starbucks, all right? Get a regular coffee. Don't get that Grande or Venti Cracpuccino, right? Send us that, just get a regular cup of coffee and send us the rest of the money. But we have people that faithfully do that. Luther, are you losing it over there? Luther doesn't realize, but I'm the case study in biblical counseling. Boy, do I need help. But this is the thing, beloved. I mean, it's in some ways is that we have people, and we have responded. People have been responding very well, but we cannot plan and be unrealistic of those expectations. Or again, I think I know that there's always like, well, we put out a big challenge out there, right? And let me tell you, I interact with plenty of presidents that, yeah, we put it out there for our people. And like, oh, okay. And then that money doesn't come in, right? Maybe it's my own issues of being coming from also from a business background that I do plan. I do actually budget, and I do actually think very thoughtful about what it is the capacity. I'm not going to go out there and put something crazy and now, in a sense, tempt God that he has to meet it. Right? But let me tell you, stepping out in faith and saying we're going to go raise 1.3, let me tell you, that is pretty out there. We have received some very generous gifts, and that has been a great blessing. But this church that closed, they're not going to close again. Right? I mean, literally in the letter, it says, this is our final gift. You got to understand how sad that made me, as much as I was so grateful. But it's knowing that this ministry will no longer give anymore. But it's not just about that they won't give, it's that they've closed. So we need to understand some of those realities, right? I think I remember having a conversation with Samuel about the reality of the painfulness of a school closing. It's horrible, isn't it, Samuel? And sometimes, huh?
I didn't enjoy it.
You didn't enjoy it. That's not what you signed up for, right? You would like to do that. But the reality is, if we don't make the difficult decisions, that's the future. That's the future. But that's the reality in any organization. There are a lot of, again, from a business professor, a lot of businesses that are not here anymore because they wouldn't change. They wouldn't change their model. They kept on wanting to do the same thing and expecting the different results. So the reality is Calvary is unwavering in its commitment to being a Christ-centered, Bible-centered institution. Absolutely unwavering in that. But as Jolene very well put, right, the reality is over time there you may actually become unaligned and you need a little adjustment, right? And therefore, that's many of the things that we've been laboring to do. We cannot ask God to bless us if we're not being faithful to do our part. And in active dependency, we must be actively doing the things that we are called to do while we absolutely do depend on the Lord. Trust me, depending on the Lord for 1.3 is huge. But we believe that God will bring those resources. Putting 2 million would sound nice. And then unrealistic when we look at historically what we've done. All right, any other questions? Thank you for your question. Now, the more money we raise, the more students we get, the more that we can actually have a better projection of what will be total revenues, which allows us to then look at the expenditures and we can do more. But I rather operate from that that you get the joyous surprise of we have more, rather than having to deal with the other side where we don't have enough, right? So let me move on, because I do want to get us out of here. All right, let me talk a little bit about the operational side of things. You've already heard a little bit about documentations and forms, where to go find the forms that we need to fill out if you need to fill them out, and documentation. One of my many duties as a president, and that I've overseen also the senior administration of the institution. You need to understand right now, from an operational standpoint, the institution participates with the Alliance Defending Freedom, right? And we pay a membership to be a part of that. Should there be at any time any litigation to defend our religious freedom as an institution, right? You need to know that Calvary was requested by the Alliance Defending Freedom when we were going through all this COVID mess and fines for employment and all this kind of stuff, and mandating vaccines and all of that, that Calvary was asked if we would be willing to participate in a lawsuit, right? We had a lot of interesting discussions about that as a board, because one of the things that I said is the responsibility of the president and the cabinet to secure the institution, and even from any legal action or adverse actions, even from our government, that may prohibit our ability to function. So for me, it wasn't alone an issue of religious freedom alone. It was an infringement on our ability from a labor standpoint to function as an organization. So it wasn't just religious freedom, it was actually a commerce issue and an infringement on our business ability to function. And because of that, I had made the case, yes, I would be open to go and defend Calvary if the need arose. Obviously, praise the Lord, that changed. But you need to understand that we live in a world of legal matters. And you've already heard that I would hope and I would pray that we would never have to deal with any of that. But when the day arises that we need to, right, we have to follow Title IX. We have to deal at times with the process that, we may have employee issues. And we have to comply with that, and we have to document everything that we do. If we are going to deal with the student discipline issue, you all need to hear from me. Ultimately, I'm going to always ask the questions, have you documented everything? Right, Dr. Washington? In the HR classes, we would always say, document. Because if you don't have it, it didn't happen. And we never want to find ourselves as an institution. So not only do we have the Alliance Defending Freedom, we also have our institutional counsel, right, Mr. Kevin Berger and his law firm, who represents us legally for any matters for the institution. But I also, as a president, have my own personal legal counsel, all right, and that's standard process and practice also for the institution for us to have, because crazy things do happen. Every day in America, ironclad contracts are litigated because they're not always iron and so clad. But we need to understand those processes and procedures as an institution. That's why documenting is a critical part of what we do. It may become very tedious for you. When there is an incident that happens on campus, we have to document, right? When, what is it? It was FedEx or Amazon? Who was it? When Amazon decides that they don't know how tall their vans are, and they crash right into our little overhang by Chapel, well, right out here, right? Sure, I'll trust them to take pictures, but we better take pictures, right? You have to document everything to make sure that we do that. Crystal clear? Right? So from an operational perspective, maintenance of that. I also wanted to say we were blessed by Student Senate to provide wonderful new furnitures and a lot of things that you're seeing around campus. We know we're going to communicate this to students. We want to keep our campus clean and neat because there is always a reality that as we are giving tours, and it's once you get someone to come and tour, I mean, it's a very good chance they are going to come to Calvary. So if you think things that are trash on the floor, some trash can overflowing, and you absolutely don't have time to stop in and help, call for help, email, smoke signal, whatever you got to do, but let's try to work hard to keep our campus clean. Let's keep our campus functioning. You know, I've been the night crew in teaching class. So when you come in and some, computer whiz taught before me, and I'm not the computer whiz, and I come in and, sometimes computer etiquette in the classroom, put it back the way you found it. Not all of us are as computer savvy. If you do throw a small party, make sure you clean after yourself and all of that. I don't mind cleaning, but my little T-Rex hands can only do so much. So we would ask, at least from the facilities and maintenance, help us as you walk around, and as much as maintenance and facilities walks around, if you do see something that's broken, if you do see something that needs to be cleaned, please let us know, and we will try to respond as fast as possible that we can. But if you can help and pick it up and give a helping hand, we would also appreciate that. Anything from the maintenance facilities crew? No? Cool, clear as mud. I would invite you to go to the gym sometime and see all the progress that has been made. Go down to the Warriors Cafe and get a good cup of coffee, and then see the nice furniture that has been purchased by Student Senate out there, and some of those great things. All right, any questions from operations? All right. Let me then finish real quick by talking about, from a president's office, back to a vision for Calvary and our Warrior Strategic Plan. Our plan, our 5-year plan as an institution, was to focus on this 5 key points. If you just highlight the first letter, it just says Saber, and that's just because I couldn't move the R and the E, but it's all good. It's Saber. I mean, we have a Saber, but it's a Cabre. So spelling doesn't really matter around here. So, but I bothered to learn the language, so I like it to make sense. But Saber, a Saber plan for us as warriors. Just let it go. Just got to let it go. But obviously, I can't seem to let it go. All right, but we're here understanding this, our vision for Calvary, in many ways, is complex, but it's simple. We are here to strengthen the institutional accreditation and certification. You need to understand that as an institution, we are positioned very well, not only with our ABHE accreditation, which we must always have a Christian accreditation according to our bylaws, right? We must always maintain that. So, and it could be, we chose ABHE, it could be TRACS, but we must always maintain a Christian accreditation. But we are also blessed by having the Higher Learning Commission as accreditation that allows us and provides a certain validation and quality assurance to our education. So we have to maintain and strengthen those, so when you are not doing what you're supposed to, accreditation holds you accountable to be faithful to what you're going to do. So our HLC visit and eventually reports that we do, HLC and ABHE, is their way of holding us accountable, which, by the way, they're accountable to the federal government. It's not bad what they do. It's just they help us to be accountable to what we do. But some of the things that we also want to focus on, eventually you've heard earlier about having a specific program accreditation for our business program. That becomes also very important in recruitment of actual students, because they see that there is an extra layer of accreditation and certification for the quality, the meaning, and the rigor of their education. By the way, employers also like to see potential employees that come with that type of certification. That's why it becomes important. In the future, I mean, we can also have those type of certifications for music and other programs as well. We also need to understand, let's say in education, when we are able to have, where our students are able to now get their teaching credential and all of that, that's another accolade that we are able to say is part of our Calvary University opportunities that we make for our students. One of the very, very exciting and critical components, particularly in biblical counseling, is that our students, without any compromise to our doctrine, can receive state licensure. Let me tell you, that is pretty amazing. That is one of the great joys of state rights, that in some states of our union, that could never happen. But in the state of Missouri, we can actually do that without any compromise. That is huge in the way in how we promote and recruit from those programs. And now having 3 programs that are accelerated programs, all these things we're endeavoring to do to strengthen institutional accreditation and certification that adds value added to the quality and the meaning of the rigor of our education. That will help ultimately to recruit students, right? I mean, Dr. Washington, that's why we want to get those accolades for our business program. And it is very, very critical to be able to have that. So that's part of our strategy. We have to be in good standing with accreditation. We have to seek certain specific accreditation for our actual programs as well. Number 2 is to advance the financial resources of the university. And here's what, to some extent, you need to understand this. Advancing the resources, one of the first things we had to do was to actually get our budget in order. We absolutely had to get that in order. One of the challenges that we've had, and what is encouraging for us, and this is why it's important to be able to show multiple years of finishing in the black. We will be able to further advance the resources of the institution by eventually tapping into foundational giving. But right now, we absolutely do not qualify for a lot of foundational giving, because when they ask to see our financials, when they ask to see a budget, and they see all that red, it automatically gets filed in the permanent round file known as the trash can. Correct? Right? So again, to be able to advance our financial resources, we needed to get a handle on our budget and financially, and begin to show actual years of finishing in the black. That's why that's important, because we cannot tap into those type of resources if we can't prove and demonstrate that. That's a very short conversation. Okay, send us your financials. Oh, we're not interested. Now, prayerfully, as we are making those and have made those adjustments, we'll be able to start engaging. And therefore, our projections to move forward look a lot better, being able to start showing 2, maybe 3, 4 years of actual good financial stability, so we can further advance the actual financial resources. The other thing is that there are people who are beginning to understand what we're trying to do. You need to know that as a president, a lot of what I've done and have spent my time in is going to mend a lot of fences. There's the reality of many relationships that had been strained, many relationships where people did not believe that Calvary had a good, solid biblical future. And we have done a lot of work to engage with those alumni, with those churches, and have been building those relationships. And we're excited to actually see, because the fruit of that is seen by the fact of that they're giving and that they're beginning to send students, or at least they are very publicly recommending people to come to Calvary. But we need your help to continue to further enhance that. If we all help to recruit students and to engage in conversations, you may not be the one who does the ask, but at least introduce us to the people. And again, and we're not talking like you can say, I don't know any wealthy people. Okay, but do you know anybody who loves their crackachinos, right? That would be willing to just buy a $3 cup of coffee rather than paying the $8 and send that $5 to Calvary, right? The wall of sustainability is built by faithful monthly givers, not just people that give a whole lot. The other thing that I tell people is that it's wonderful when a donor can step forward and give us a $5,000 gift. But when they actually give us a student, that is a several $10,000, $15,000 gift for 4 years. I don't have to be a math major. I'm grateful for the 5,000 and we'll use it. But when they also send the students, we don't exist to raise money. We exist for the purpose of preparing men and women to go live and serve in the church and in the world, right? But we obviously do need those resources, but we need the students, or else we're not here. It doesn't say we exist to raise money. We exist to prepare those individuals. We need those resources. But every time that somebody provides a referral or a student comes, bottom line, it helps to advance the financials of the institution. So we are, in a sense, confident of what we will be able to do in the future. So as we project in the years ahead, Lord willing, we'll be able to have a greater expectation on the side of what will be, from the development side, more money that we can actually raise. All right, number 3, build the brand image and recognition of the institution. The brand image and recognition of the institution is not just a new website, it's not coming up with cool new logos and all of that. In many ways, it's a simple but also a very complex, right? To some extent, you are the brand name and recognition. We have to be out in the community as much as we send our students to go and serve, but when people see us in the community serving, when we are engaged, when you're wearing Calvary things and all of that, then we are that walking brand image and the way on how we are living. You know, the testimony of having someone who wants to give money to Calvary because they see the impact of his student lives. I want you to know, as a president, it blesses my soul when I get an email. Some lady is at a restaurant, she starts searching, what's this school, Calvary? And I happened to see the men's basketball team, and I was so impressed by this young man, and this saint decides to, I gotta let somebody know what a great testimony that this kid's had, right? And it's great to do that, right? When I get calls from parents or coaches and all of that, and they say, we were so impressed by how encouraging our soccer team was to the other players, right? I'm there, and there's a parent, and he comes and asks me, which one's your kid? Because I'm watching a soccer game, and I just say, well, they all are. He goes, oh, you probably think, oh, one of those. And but he's not, no, really, which one? I said, well, I'm the president. He goes, oh, and you're out here watching the game? Yes. But what he wanted to let me know was how impressed he was, how encouraging our players were, how polite, how just good-hearted they were. And hear that about our women's basketball team and all those things. But everything that we do creates a certain brand image and recognition. Everything. You know, we created a speakers bureau because now we want to know that if you need help, we might not be the cavalry, but Calvary will come, right? And therefore, if you need someone to fill the pulpit, if you need someone to speak for something, right? They want Dr. Bittner to come and preach at a church, but they also want him to talk about security and other things like that. Right? We are here to serve, so when we practice all of our service, all those things, it does create also a brand image and recognition. We are and must be an institution that would be missed if we were not in this community. We are so into the very fabric of our community and making a lasting impact for the cause of Christ. You know, I always toy with crazy ideas because that's the marketing side of me. So you'll probably hear about Pink Shirt Wednesdays, fun things like that. It'd be great to have a Calvary Day. I don't know, Fridays maybe we wear something that says Calvary. Break out your t-shirts and your polos or for your crazy bandanas or whatever it is, but something that says Calvary. Let's absolutely have fun, right? I love Dr. Luther's idea, right? Pretty soon we might be some pretty awesome swag around here. Don't. Just keep it here. Keep it hush hush. All right. Okay, I won't say I'm going to get a depressed life tattoo over here or something like that. That can wash off because we can't do that. But that's not a tattoo then. Yeah. That's just a bad Sharpie. But we just, again, we need to be a reality. This is collegiate life. It is absolutely fun. Having the joy of the Lord, right? I mean, you understand what amazing opportunity we have here? And the reality is that we must be known as a school that are absolutely fired up for Jesus. We are an institution that absolutely believes Matthew 5:13-16. We are going to be salt and we are going to be light and absolutely be sold out for Jesus in this community and beyond. And people should be able to see that and feel it and experience it. We are going to be absolutely ferocious students of the Word. We pursue it with excellence. We are going to be ferocious competitors as athletes. But we're going to love Jesus, and we're going to love people, and we're going to love them well. We are going to live out the truth of those commandments. It's about absolutely loving God and loving others. That also creates in this brand image and recognition that we are a loving community, biblical community. We need to understand as well that for our students, they live in a world that sometimes we can expect of them to almost come in here and be already glorified. The reality is, for many of them, they are very young believers. And therefore, we need to nurture that young faith and help them and mature. But if they start here and we already want them to be here, we will actually stunt their spiritual growth because we put a heavy yoke upon them to almost be perfect, rather than understanding how actual progressive sanctification works. I'm the product of the fact that people loved me and helped to mature me, and some of you have heard the stories. In my principal's office, I got D&D, discipleship and discipline. Lots of discipline. I was an horribly immature young believer, right? And the reality is we have that grade, but we need to be known as a community of love, that we are helping these young people grow and mature. that we have a lot of fun while we are serious about the study of the Word of God and being excellent in the studies of our own disciplines. By the way, that will brand you, and will brand you very well. I'm grieved when people sin, but I'm not shocked, because if I believe in total depravity, why should I be surprised at depravity? We need to also understand that I realize that for folks that also believe in eternal security, we're always so insecure about people's salvations. Now, again, some people may genuinely not truly know Jesus and come here and they will find Jesus at Calvary. But we have to be able to invest in our students' life and not just get up and make just blanket statements. We need to get to know them and generally know how we're going to care and love for them. So, why am I saying that? Is because for many of our alumni, I do hear at times that one of the things that they're concerned about is, at times, our very strong legalistic fundamentalist background that presents an ongoing challenge. We take the Word of God serious, but we also take very serious being able to disciple young believers into growth and maturity, and not expecting that they have somehow already arrived. By the way, I hope it doesn't come as a shock and now you report me to the board. I haven't arrived. But while we will see a lot of signage, a lot of great things that we're going to do, we need to be a community that is known by our fidelity to Scripture, but by that love that flows out of that as well, that we live out those great commandments. And that is, for us, the vision for Calvary, that is what we're branding. They're a serious biblical community of love, where you are going to be discipled, where you are going to be cared for, and in many significant ways. While they wear cool stuff, right? While we have cool logos, while we have cool t-shirts, while we do a lot of fun, silly things and games and stuff like that, because it is still collegiate life. By the way, you can still do that at graduate school, right? You can still have a lot of fun. Maybe I'm biased because I found my adolescence in seminary. I was told by my professors. So, the ones that still can't believe that I'm actually the president of Calvary today. But that's, again, a testimony of their love and their care for my very soul. Number 4, we want to enhance and expand curricular and co-curricular options for our students. And this is already what you've heard, so I'm not going to rehash too much of them, but creating accelerated programs helps to meet the need for our students. Providing those accreditations and certification helps. Providing co-curricular activities on our campus helps. I want you to know and understand, one of the things during the summer, I kept on hearing time and time again, churches want Calvary to come, not only to preach, but they want them to send a music team. I'm not a musician. I'm not a singer, but I'll drive whatever I have to drive to get the music folks out there. That is a huge aspect of our branding. It is a huge component of recruitment, right? Every time that Calvary bus and somebody walks out of that bus or van or car or whatever wearing something Calvary, they are playing a sport or they are singing or their drama or whatever it is, that helps. And we need to look at enhancement of not just curricular, but co-curricular programs. That's why also certain clubs, certain things, because we should be having a lot of fun building great relationships, and we need to do that. That will also brand us that this is a great place to come. We want to change that culture where, when I came to Calvary, I had asked a question that I said, I know that we are struggling as an institution with a culture of poverty and the Eeyore syndrome. And some of you remember me saying that. Now, we don't all need to be Tiggers, bouncing all over the place. Not all of us have Donita's energy. But the reality is there should be an excitement and a whole lot of fun. And when we're doing these things with students, I tell you what, we had some fun experiences driving to West Virginia, and very much more fun experiences coming back from West Virginia. But those to me were very memorable moments with students and staff. Very impactful. Because it allowed us to live life on life during those times. I introduced them to Colombian food. Yes, I introduced them to cookout, shakes, and all kinds of fun stuff. But building memories, and that's what I say, a lot of the things that we do, how we participate in Adopt a Hall and all those things, we are building memorable experiences from a curricular and co-curricular reality of what we do. And have a lot of fun doing that. But the intentionality, and this is our vision on our plan as an institution, number 5, raise student enrollment quantitatively and qualitatively. It's not just growing in numbers, but we do want, I don't want just to have good kids. We want godly kids. But we also know that if their act was already so well put together spiritually, then why would they need Calvary? Why would they need this experience? The reality is we believe they need this, and they need it. So we are going to grow our student enrollment, not just in the numbers, but in the spiritual depth that they will have while we have a lot of fun together doing that. But that doesn't happen without each and every one of us working together to make that happen. All of us working together to help recruit students, and to help raise the necessary funds to make this available. So I know I can count on you, Dr. Hange, that I know you're helping, and you will work with other faculty to help with that missions. But I also know all the things that you do that are outside of the curricular, that are the co-curricular, how you love and care and host students and faculty and staff that will come into your home. Not only that, but that you also will help in the aspect of raising necessary funds. But that has to be the reality of each and every one of us. Some of us will have a greater capacity to do that. Some of us will have the capacity to at least refer people to us. And we absolutely then will see an absolute transformation of our institution. So that next year we can have a budget that is greater than that because we have a greater student population and we have tapped into new relationships of providing resources. This year you said 5, Dr. Gramacki. You start now at 0, but let's see if we can go get 10, right? But I don't have to worry about you not doing that, right? Because I know you're going to go do it. Let's have fun. Absolutely ridiculously God-honoring fun, following this vision for Calvary, to absolutely see the strengthening of our academic programs as our institution, our accreditation, certification. Shout it from the mountaintops that we have a counseling program where you can be licensed and be able to go out into the world, not only minister in the context of a local church, if that is your desire, but actually be in an actual marketplace where you can have an impact, a very needed impact, because our community and beyond are really struggling with mental health. And we need to provide that. If you saw that about anxiety and stress and all of that, if our students are experiencing that, think about a world that has no hope. We need to be standing right there to do that. We need to be leading in those areas. And if we're faithful and we actually practice discipline in our budget, and if we help to raise the necessary funds, then we are living within our means, and we are helping to raise the money. But as we faithfully do what we have been called and gifted to do, we are going to be creating the proper brand name and image. By the way, a cool logo, and you show up and you're a dodo. Doesn't matter how cool Adam made it. Right? We have to absolutely think about all of that. We need to also, again, be excited. Calvary University, and this is why we also want to increase our student on-campus population. We believe that it's not just the curriculum of the classes, it is the actual Calvary experience. And that to live on campus and be in community, in biblical community, is important. Now, it'll be a challenge because some folks will want Calvary, but they will find it difficult to move and come here and all of that. But to the best of our ability, it doesn't help Calvary to have the capacity of a dorm of 200 with only 71 students. We absolutely must do something about that, right? So let's go work on that, and let's be prayerful about that. And again, then we're going to see a student body that not only grows numbers-wise, but an absolutely spiritual community. Not perfect, but maturing. Maturing. Let's go love on one another. Let's go love our students. Welcome to the School of Love. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for your amazing work in our life. What a joy of serving you here at Calvary. Lord, I thank you for each and every one of these dear men and women. Lord, use each and every one of us in a mighty way this year. Lord, from every area of this campus, Lord, bless Joe in all of his efforts in food services and all of his staff. Lord, bless our library staff, bless our facilities and maintenance staff, bless all of our athletics, bless admissions, bless student development, bless all of our academic programs, development, marketing, communications. Lord, from every single area of our campus, Lord, use each and every one of us. Help us all to understand the critical role that we play. That when we do, each and every one of us, our part, and we improve just 1% every day, Lord, we will see great things. Because there is nothing we can do without you, but we are able to do great things because of the gifts that you have provided for us. For that we give thanks. And then there will be people that will see a Calvary that is an amazing place, committed to your word, unwavering in what are biblical and theological convictions, but yet it is a community of love, of compassion. It is a community of faithful men and women trying to proclaim the truth of the gospel, gospel-centered, gospel-focused, but serious about building up the body of Christ and understanding that we are equipping the saints that will live and serve in the church, but also who will make a lasting impact in the marketplace in the world. From a biblical worldview informed by your word and faithfully lived out. Thank you for my dear friends and colleagues. Bless them as we begin this year. Bless our new students. Bless our returning students. Bless our steward investors, our alumni, our community friends and partners all around this world. And Lord, now as we leave this meeting, but never from your presence, may your mighty hand continue to be upon Calvary University. And Lord, we just pray this in your precious holy name. Amen. All right, if you have any questions, I'll be here. And yes, any? A brief announcement. All right.
This is my brief announcement. You're all invited to the Limeade Room. We have cake in celebration of